plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare. For in the shimmer of that old dear gold lies a tale of love, both brave and bold. Bring back the dowries, let's make it clear, a token of love that's sincere, building bridges heart to heart, a timeless.
Yo, welcome in, guys. Hope everyone had a fantastic Thanksgiving. I'm not gonna lie to you, I went on a bender for 2 days. A lot of food and probably more cigars than I should have had. But, you know, here we are. We made it. I don't think I'll be doing that again for a while, though. See who we got in here. Michael saying, shout out to you. Watch like 10 minutes, great stuff. Big shout out to you on it. The goat of dowry. Thank you. Appreciate that, Michael. We're going to have fun tonight. Check, turn my headphones up. Oh, yeah. Saturdays are for the boys. Shout out to the folks, including you, Mr. Pitt. Hey, Luke. Hope y'all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Yeah. Hope you guys did too. Heart to heart. Mr. Pitt, the man of many talents. Folks, if you're just tuning in, after the show, I might skip forward a little bit just to get to the meat. Oh, no, yeah, we're good there. Let's see who else we got. We got Luke. Still waiting for Klaus before we can get the show started. Hopefully he comes in. Shah is looking suave. Thank you. Yeah. I had to go into the office last week, so I figured I'd look presentable. Hey, there's Klaus. Shout out, Klaus. Thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy, we appreciate you, man. Thank you. Not too much. I didn't have any alcohol, man, but I ate so much food. And then I had a bunch of cake. Well, and pie, too. And then I had 2 cigars, which was the stupid. I don't know why I did that. Like, within quick succession, too. I feel like I messed myself up, but I'm trying to come back from that. Good evening, Klaus. Good to see you, man. Hey, Dan the man. Welcome in, bro. Hey, everyone. Glad to catch this one. Heck yeah, I'm thinking about starting it pretty early. Klaus is in the house. Absolutely. You know what? We'll play one more song, and then we'll get the party started. How about that? Just to give folks some time to come in. Gosh, I know there was a couple of other ones that we made. I'm always so ready to play Deadbeat Woman. Curb Appeal is good too. Yeah, let's do Curb Appeal today. Shout out to Curb Appeal. I think that was Mr. Pitt. Shout out to you. This will be our second song. After the song, we will go ahead and get the show started. I have one Instagram reel to react to. Let me see if I can find that without letting you guys see my DMs. I don't want you guys to see what's in there. It is not savory. Oh, there's my save. Okay. All right, we'll play that after this song. Goat of the dowry. Oh no. Welcome in, Peter. That's right. Peter sent me some fun paintings today. Maybe we'll throw a dowry source in here today. I'm trying to quickly get to the meat of it, just because I know it's going to be a long one. Man, I'm loving these songs right here. Here we go. Sure, I'll agree. I love these pictures. All right, that'll be our dowry source. We got a couple of them. We have new sources. It's just time. I really want to get into the main squeeze tonight. Faster than... We got 13 folks already. I mean, that's enough for a show. That's more than enough. All right, heck yeah. We'll get right into this extra stuff here as soon as the song's done. Yeah, DMG, this will be a real good one. Yeah, we're gonna have fun tonight. These two are, I really appreciate both of these content creators. Especially Matt Cross over here, and of course John. But Matt Cross, he is a pickup artist, a true dyed-in-the-wool pickup artist, and we don't exactly give pickup artists the best rap around here, but Matt Cross is the one pickup artist I make an exception for. And, there are just some creators that I think people like, especially when you find the manosphere if you're going through a rough time. And Matt Cross and Coach Greg Adams were those content creators for me, I was going through a rough patch, and it's actually my brother who introduced me to Matt Cross's content. And every day when I was driving home from work, he'd always have one video posted for the day. So when I'd get into my car and set up my phone to my car, I'd just pull up that before I start driving, and I could always expect there'd be that new Matt Cross video for the day, and it just helped me through that time. Same thing with Coach's content. So I'm so happy to be able to see these two together, and they have such a fun conversation. I only listened to about 20 minutes of it because I wanted to save the rest for the reaction, but I couldn't help myself when I first saw it go live. So, I did see part of it, but not all of it. Also, forgive me if I seem a bit under the weather. I think I'm okay, but I really did have a bender. Ricky Trucking says, hey, normally I watch on Sunday, but wanted to tell a funny story that's happening. Hey, well, welcome in, Ricky Trucking. I'm glad to see you, man. You're one of the replay gang folks, huh? Sure, man. If you want to share the story, I say let's go and do that. I'm just going to share our dowry source, and then if you want to put your story in the in there, then you know what? I'll bring. Oh, looks like you already put it in. Part of a book club with about 10 other women. Book called Holiday by Gaslight. Set in 1861 London. Female main characters to marry a lower class man to save her family from financial ruin. Okay, yeah, it sounds like she probably comes from a family with the title, and unfortunately, they're not doing too well, so she has to marry a man who's outside of nobility, probably, but has money. So maybe they're trading a title there for some, new money, trying to get into old money circles. Sounds a bit like that show Gilded Age. Thanks for sharing that, man. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Printed interviews are so good. Oh, yeah. No, I tend to avoid audio. Since the holidays are coming, so I got some chapped lips. Since the holidays are coming, you could play the Christmas song I made. Yeah, if you want to throw that back in there, man, I was just thinking about that song. I didn't fish it out before I started the show, but if you want to do that, we can close the show out with that, so that'd be great, man. Everyone's raving about Curb Appeal, but my boy Luke put out an absolute banger with Driving Off Alone. Yeah, we got a lot of songs, man. This reminds me of like medieval times where you'd have like bards, and it's beautiful because like with the help of AI, I feel like as the adventure progresses, we have new songs along the way, and it just makes me so freaking happy. So thanks everybody for that. It was RSD for me, Shah. They had some good stuff from time to time. Yeah, I think everybody has that creator that when, I think a lot of people found the manosphere, they're probably going through a heartbreak or something. Matt has this famous story. He has a video, and it's about his ex from 2006. And I always remember that video because I was experiencing heartbreak for, like the first time ever. And I listened to that video. I think it's a good like 30 minutes long. And like just hearing his story, you start to learn that these heartbreak stories are very archetypal in a way. And then you're not alone in that. And it just helps in so many ways. Well, she tells him that her father used all her dowry to install gas in their house.
Your dowry, it's my right!
Oh, man. Oh, shoot. My bad, guys. The sound effects are way too loud.
Your dowry,
Okay.
it's my right!
Sounds like that guy who's supposed to save her family probably isn't too happy, and sounds like that marriage is on the rocks before it started. Don't put it on stream. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry I put it on stream. Tourist game for novels. Okay, so real quick, guys, let me just do our dowry source for the evening. This is provided by Peter Wright. And this painting is called The Dowry in Sight. And that was painted, I think, somewhere in the 1940s by Walter Molino. Okay, so here's our image, and I want you guys to look closely. What we got is a bride right here. And, there's the bridegroom, and what's going on is we got money and banknotes, pretty much like straight up wealth being attached to her actual like wedding dress. And this looks like an Italian caption here. The caption reads, "The dowry in sight. In some towns in the province of Catania, it is customary to decorate the bride's dress with bank cards and checks so that the young woman can show off with her beauty and elegance, also her wealth, at least for that day." So another fun painting. I mean, we got so many of these paintings at this point. It's just plain for everybody to see. So yeah, there you go. Just more evidence that the real way to do marriage, especially monogamous marriage, is, to a woman who isn't a pauper. Otherwise, the marriage should not happen. I was also reading another book today. Peter Wright actually sent me that one. And it was about this changeover from dowry and arranged marriages to romantic love, particularly in the West. And there were some nuggets there. I would read you guys some of that tonight, but I know we got to get in on this. I'm sorry, using my husband account. Well, after that chapter, all the girls in our group chat just started to say how women are just property suppressed and men are evil. Oh, yeah, there it is. Guys, I have, actually that comment is very, Dan the Man, you put the songs in the Discord. Gotcha. That comment is a bit prescient because I have a Instagram reel that I wanted to share with you guys. And it's from that Pop the Balloon thing. I didn't watch the whole episode. I just saw this reel. But once again, so it's going to be funny because you have a guy who's very he's making good money and he's interested in the woman's assets. And they're all like, but what about love? And it's just like,
I have no dowry. If anything, I have a negative dowry.
It was very much that. So let's just play that one right now, just so we can transition off that comment. Let me just get it ready. Tab extension volume. The Instagram clips are always like super loud off bat. Okay. All right, guys.
Ray Darius, why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I have to agree with Sade over there. What compelled you to talk about assets? Like, are you a male gigolo or something?
No, I talked about assets because I own a business in California, like I said before, and
What is that business?
I own a restoration with furniture business in California, and I make over $200,000 a year with that. So if I bring a girl in with me, she has to be able to, and if I have $100, she has to be able to make 125, 150, and not bring it down to 75 or 50.
Oh, this gentleman is exemplifying gold pill mindset right now. Shout out to this man. Shout out to this man. And I know a lot of people out there, even in the manosphere, aren't going to like this. And they're going to say he's not masculine. But you know what? I'm sorry. Those guys will know what they're talking about. And, give them time.
Asset, not liability.
Now, as you can guess, they didn't take too kindly to this.
That's what I mean by that.
So what about if...
See, he wants an asset for marriage, not a liability. How many women nowadays are nothing but liabilities? They're out there looking to get saved. Their parents put them out into the world with nothing but the clothes on their back. And a lot of them couldn't save, 2 cents if their life depended on it.
The girl doesn't have any money, but she actually really loves you.
Okay, so what if she doesn't have any money, but she actually really loves you? No, we don't care about that. That's not. Look, man, I didn't bother to go watch the whole episode, but that clip was enough for me. All right, guys, now let's look at the comments. This was hilarious, by the way. What if he has no money but really loves you? Yeah, we all know how that would go. What does assets got to do with Gigolo? His stare after her question. Love me. My mama loved me. The F we gonna do with that? Man, if you make it 200K, why are you even on Pop the Balloon dating show? The struggle is real out here. Education really matters. I've never in my life heard anyone connect assets and male gigolo together in the same sentence. Stay vigilant, fellas. Yeah, that's gonna require some Dontavius.
There was a dowry.
Oh wait, hold on a sec. Where's
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girls.
this is what it is out here. The way he stared at her. In today's economy, coming to the table with just love is not enough. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you. And this is from a woman. She gets it. There's nothing wrong with being equally yoked and aligned in vision. If his preference is a woman who comes with her own bag, that's valid. He may never ask her to spend it. Oh, no, you're going to put some of that money in. But knowing it's there, accessible as needed, speaks to readiness and mutual strength. Keep your love, brokey. Yes, very much so. This is another one of those comment sections that I want to give a good 4 or 5 stars to. What if the girl doesn't have any money, but she really loves you and they're all laughing? Beautiful. A woman would laugh in a man's face if he asked that question. Exactly. Yeah, very much so. Oh, wow. She thought assets was a sexual term. Anyways, man, shout out to that guy. I just wanted to share that. I saw that. I think it was Dan the Man who shared that in the Discord. I saw that and I was like, that's beautiful. And the best part too is when like the other ones are popping their balloons because they know they don't have anything. They don't bring anything to the table. You know what I mean? And it's just like there was another example of this. Brittany Venti made another video on Pearl this week. And she posted a clip on Twitter. I'm planning to make a standalone on that, but it's about Pearl talking about how her dad bought her 9 acres of land. And Venti's basically hating on that. But it's just like, she's got 9 acres of land. Like, what do you come with? You know what I'm saying? Other than eyeliner and lipstick. Hey, Raymond Thoughts and Mind. Get those likes up, boys. Oh, thank you, man. It's great to see you. Hey, Shah is on. Thanks, brother. Yeah, man, thanks everybody for who hit the like button. Oh, damn, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Viewer activity, stream settings. Oh, 11 likes. Thank you. Thanks to the folks who hit the like button. Thanks to the 18 people that are currently watching. The truth is right in front of us. It really is. It really is. Brittany Venti is my queen. Well, oh my God. Well, she's looking for a king, so... You know what? Let me just bring that clip up. The hell with it. We'll just do it live, and then we're going to get right into the show. It was just like this really odd thing. Oh, yeah, I also commented on it. Oh, so all I really got to do is look for my own replies. I do a bad job of being a Twitter guy. Replies. Yeah. Okay. Damn it. There's just a bunch of reposts. Huh. That's too bad. Well, I guess I'll have to go to my bookmarks. Going to my bookmarks. Reacts. I think it was this one. Oh, right here. Well, I saved 2 of them, but this is one of them. Oh, yeah, it was this one. I gotta be careful with Twitter. I feel like there's not a bunch of naughty stuff. So this says Pearl Davis's red pill boyfriend uses her for money. And it's kind of crazy because it's like, I don't know why she's like hating on Pearl so much. And the thing is like Pearl is on the upswing right now. Like she's doing well. She's remonetized on YouTube. She's getting hella views. Like this this isn't like the burn that she thinks
Good
it is.
news is, Pearl just might be able to treat her baby to some video games that he needs. And she can do it with the $500 that she charges her fans to have a call with her. Why do I have to pay if I can get everything I need from
I mean, Pearl's already making hella money at this point, let alone without
woman for
consultations. If you get 100,000 views on a video,
free? He's literally bragging about how Pearl is getting nothing out of this. Nothing will save you more money than being attractive. And somehow Pearl was desperate enough to take a man with neither. Pearl has commented a lot about how women should just get over a man stepping out on them because he's providing for them. But apparently her boyfriend
talk about the 9 acres. It was in here
can
somewhere.
just do that for free. I guess Pearl's ad about how if a guy married her, he would get daddy.
There it was. This is, you know what's crazy? This tweet is from 2023. So this is like at the inception and like before the dowry stuff. Yo, Awi Nizzy. Hey man, welcome in. What's up, Shah? Raymond sent me. Good to see you, man. Thank you. The next time someone asks me what I bring to the table, I'm going to say approximately 9 acres because my dad bought a neighborhood for my family when we all get married. Look at that. She has a dowry in 2025. I mean, listen, if anything, Pearl and her boyfriend's marriage is actually going to make sense and work. Meanwhile, you got people over here just hating on her.
His land worked after all.
Like, what does she bring other than eyeliner and like some really wide, sharp-ass lipstick over here?
I think Pearl and her boyfriend seem to have a different kind of arrangement.
It's no wonder that her and Think Before You Sleep failed. Of course it failed.
Want women to do something, tell them that they can't do it, and they'll try to do it.
Thanks.
I hate when women buy me video games. I hate it.
It's this weird...
Like, it's so disgusting how crazy, like, they've just been focusing on, like, their relationships. It's almost creepy. Of course, I had to leave a comment, and this is what I said. I said, I find this interesting. Brittany Venti is coming after Pearly things again. It appears she may be unconsciously jealous that Pearl has a dowry and she doesn't. It isn't using her for money if both parties are contributing something of real material value to the relationship. That would be actually traditional. And all she has to say is love.
Humiliating sugar baby dynamic as opposed to a loving...
See that? You hear that? As opposed to loving. See, she's no different from the person in this video.
Why'd you end up popping your balloon?
I have.
Brittany Venti and this woman are literally exactly the same. All she has to offer, Pearl's got 9 acres of land. What is she offering?
As opposed to a loving, respectful relationship.
That's it. Romantic love. Boom, done. So anyways, yeah, that was something. But okay, folks, let's go ahead. Let me just look at the chat real quick, and then we're going to get started on this video here. And we're going to have some fun. Brittany Venti's attractive unless she isn't wearing makeup. Quite a night and day difference from what I saw. Dude, do you think I have a chance? Well, you don't know till you try, Raymond. What's up, Shah? Raymond sent me. Shout out to you, man. Thanks for coming in, bro. Now I can't get that meme out of my mind. Brittany is mad that Pearl is bringing a dowry to the relationship. Exactly. So, but to her, it's like automatically it means that there's no love that must exist. And I'm looking at it, I'm just like, I watched her and Think Before You Sleep go out, and these two are supposed to have like the right opinion about everything. And they're supposed to be like, you know, not, you know, crazy or super liberal or whatever the hell it is. But they failed. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh, why did they fail? You know, and then there's Pearl over here who like managed to like accomplish the gargantuan task of being remonetized on YouTube somehow, is doing great, has 9 acres of land. Is this supposed to be a own? What the hell's going on? Fresh off of attempting to get Rolo taken off YouTube, Brittany sets her sights elsewhere. Yeah, it's parasite behavior. Those girls need to swap hair though. All right. Let's move in here, man. So I've been excited for this. This is John from It's Complicated channel, you know, who we know, who has blessed us with his presence a few times and even featured me on some of his episodes. And this is Matt Cross with the 33 Secrets channel. Please subscribe to him if you're not already. And let's go ahead and enjoy their conversation. It goes over all kinds of things, at least from what I saw, about dating and the manosphere in general. So let's have some fun, folks.
you can choose to not get married.
Oh,
but you
great.
can't really choose to be an incel.
I don't know why this is not. Sorry. There we go. All right.
Choose to be.
Let's get it from the start.
We've got Jonathan from the It's Complicated channel here. We're out here in Las Vegas, Nevada, just kind of doing an open conversation about the red pill, the manosphere, feminism, men's rights, and everything else, right?
Big weekend, F1.
Yeah, it's F1 racing right now, so it's super crowded. I mean, you see this, it's insane.
Man, this is Vegas right here. I swear to God. Anywhere you want to sit down, you're gonna have to spend some money.
Park, and I'm staying at the hotel.
Yeah, it's raining right now too, so.
Yeah, but I'm glad to have him out here. He was just on, well, it was a few months ago. He was on Pearl's podcast, Pearly Things.
You know, how did you find the red pill?
Women would say that they want a nice guy, but then they continually go for these bad boys.
Yeah, so that was like kind of the first time I really had a chance to sit down and just give my thoughts and everything. And so I could kind of like, you know, appear on camera and give my actual like opinions, because a lot of people don't really know where I'm coming from. They just kind of see everything through what I present with my interviews. So
right, your street interviews.
Why do you think like?
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta show this real quick. How's my dowry? Thank you for that, Dan the man.
This is almost like a hub for PUAs. There's so many PUAs who come here. And what is it about Las Vegas as opposed to like other cities like Miami or, you know what I mean, that speak to you, I guess?
A lot of pickup artists come to Vegas because it's very target rich. I mean, it's not hard to find a lot of great looking women in Vegas. Not only that, but you know the saying, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So a lot of women who come out here are looking to meet somebody. And there's something about Vegas that when people come here, especially the women, they get like hypnotized by the lights, the casino floor, all the mental stimulation.
Right. It's kind of funny because there's all these wedding chapels in Vegas, and everyone's like, you're not going to meet your wife here. So it's just kind of ironic.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I wouldn't advise meeting your wife here because it's like the equivalent of meeting your wife in a club.
Right.
That is ironic, man. All those get married now, well, you know, it could be a city of bad decisions. You know what I like about this conversation is that it's going to feature, you know, I look at John as more of a like men's rights focused kind of creator, and Matt Cross is, you know, he's a pickup artist, so he's focused on the front end of the deal. And pickup is, I think, is necessary in the sense of, to some extent, you know, there is such a thing as needing to understand and feel comfortable talking to women and that kind of stuff. So in that sense, that can help you. Is it going to solve all of men's problems? Absolutely not. And that's why things like men's rights are so important when it comes to men's collective issues. And one thing that I find, you know, it's like if you just focus on the pickup, like you can get so good at the pickup stuff that like you almost can't turn it off, you know. And I think one of the challenges for people who get really deep in that is trying to find an off ramp, you know, instead of like being on the fast lane in a motorcycle constantly. The longer you do that, the more people that you're going through, the sooner or later something's going to happen. It's just the way it is. I genuinely believe that. And the problem is marriage is in such a state of is in such a horrible state right now that it's the challenge is finding an off ramp. You know what I mean? Like, how do you find an off ramp from that in order to find something more stable? So I think that's where men's rights and stuff really come in. Yeah. Michael says, I got married in Vegas for $50 and divorced. Were you really married in Vegas? Wow. Okay. And divorced in Minnesota for $100,000. I should have done the math. Well, we'll say that was definitely a gamble. Huh? How about that? To be in the spirit of Vegas.
Whenever I hear somebody message me and they say, hey, Em, my girl's going to Vegas this weekend with her girlfriend. Do you think that's okay? I'm like, no, absolutely not. She's got to go. I mean, the fact she's even asking you, it's done. We're going to walk to a more quieter area and start jumping into this because we've got a lot to talk about. We just can.
All right, fun stuff. This is where the interview starts. Is Pearl's relationship protected by her dowry, or can he just use her up and leave when he wants? that would depend on the other side of the equation. I don't know much about, what he does for a living, but I think he has some decent job. So on the one end, Pearl has that and makes plenty of money, I'm sure. I mean, she's got a decent career. And on the other hand, he's doing something that's fairly decent too. So if those about match, then there would be no eating one person eating the other up. They would just be equally yoked, quite literally. It depends on those specifics. I think Britney's trying to make it out to be that he's like some guy with no money that's just like using her for a bunch of things. But I don't think that's the case. No difference, man. I got married in the church to a supposedly good and godly woman. ROFL ended up in divorce, cost me almost everything. Darn. Yeah, that sound, man. 33 Secrets reminds me of a before version of Mike Sartain prior to him hitting the gym. No hate, just saying. I'll say for a pickup artist, I like Matt. He seems fairly down to earth. You know what I mean? I don't know. He just does to me. He just seems like a normal guy, where someone like Michael Sartain just seems amped up all the time. Like, I'm good, man.
Continuing our conversation, because like I said, you were on Pearl.
Yes.
Pretty recently, and you guys had a lot of discussion about the red pill and the manosphere and men's rights. So yeah, let's just dive into that.
Sure.
So you said that the red pill, like you felt like a lot of guys are just like selling programs and, because we're really trying to get to the fix of this. Like, how do we fix the dating market, I guess?
Solutions. And I mean, obviously, we're told that the red pill is a praxeology that doesn't give prescriptions. And I kind of have a problem with that, because I think that the community that's built around the red pill absolutely does give prescriptions. So
this is an interesting discussion. I always see that. That's typically the Rolloism, is that red pill is just the truth. It's just a praxeology. But at the same time, and it depends how you look at the red pill too. If it's just the intersexual dynamics, that's what Rollo limits it to. Then you might be able to say that. But even then, there is a lot of people, even bigger people in the space, who don't agree with that. And then there is what I would consider Paul Elam's strain of the red pill. And with guys like Peter Wright, which is more about recognizing gynocentrism and understanding that. And pushing back against that. So, where the Rollo types would put it as just, studying female nature. But I don't think that truly encompasses the whole of the red pill. And sometimes it feels like a bit of the cop-out. To say it's just a praxeology is almost a way of trying to bend the knee to the tradcons. So it's like it doesn't upset them, basically. So it's like they're afraid to say what they want, but they want the tradcon conservatives to like them, basically. Yeah, it seems like a normal build, average attainable presence. Paul Elam and Peter Wright are GOAT. They're my kind of guys. Absolutely. Shout out to both of them. Okay, moving in.
So, I mean, obviously, we want to acknowledge the reality of the situation we're in, but, then it's like, okay, if we're going to give solutions, then we have to give prescriptions. So, where do we go from here?
Okay, so you're saying like the red pill, gives prescriptions as opposed to...
Well, I think that
a lot of people would say, well, okay, the creators... I think someone like Rollo would say it's praxeology, and then there's creators who have taken that praxeology and created their own brands with their own solutions. I'm still not super convinced by the praxeology as far as, this is the entirety, of the red pill. I think as far as just like pickup stuff goes, maybe just that part of it. But when it gets to things like, what Paul Elam discusses, gynocentrism overall in the culture, that I think lies outside of just being a praxeology.
We kind of talked a little bit about this, but you said that, there's a difference between the red pill, as just kind of recognizing the reality versus, what red pill influencers are doing, right? So you said there's a separation between there. But I don't know. I mean, there's all these different creators and voices in the space, and I don't think that we're all on the same page. And I would like to see more debate between MRAs, men's rights activists, and MGTOW, and red pill. And right now, it's just always the same. It's always the same panel shows of the red pillars versus the feminists. And I'm saying, okay, well, if we're going to talk about solutions, different people have different ideas for solutions. So why are we not debating those solutions? And I guess you kind of you see a little bit of that here and there, I guess you could say. But I would just make the argument that I think that, all of these influencers, most of these influencers, the problem I have with them is I think that they're blaming feminism. And I think feminism isn't the only problem. I think that's only a symptom of a much larger problem called gynocentrism.
There you go. Shout out to Peter Wright, by the way.
And I think that they just say gynocentrism is just the way it is, and we have to adapt to that. And that's why I believe that the red pill now is nothing more than just gynocentric cope. And I would like to see more people challenge and attack gynocentrism, but a lot of people feel like, oh, that will never change. And I don't believe that that's the case. I think that that can change, and we must change it because it's unsustainable.
What would be some examples of gynocentric cope?
I think one good thing, to consider too is have things gotten better since all of this started, or has it gotten worse, like collectively speaking?
Well, I think that in the shortest terms, I think that most of their prescriptions is move or improve. Either self-improve, which I would consider overpaying because, our society's come to assess the average man as unacceptable and he has to change and improve.
Yeah, and if I'm understanding what John's saying correctly, is that essentially the thing about the manosphere is that what it talks about is hypergamy. And what they will say is that women are naturally hypergamous, but they will say that's not true about men. And I don't exactly agree with that. I think both men and women were hypergamous, or are hypergamous. And that's brought about by the dowry discussion, because we can see men, especially as it relates to marriage, which is what hypergamy technically refers to, men were very much concerned with marrying within the same class, if not, getting a woman with as high of a dowry as they could get. That's a type, that is hypergamy right there. And on the other side, the women are trying to get the guys with the highest income, or, the highest inheritance chances, whatever it happens to be. So that right there is a bit, you can say that's at odds with, just women are hypergamous. The problem is, and the reason it seems that way, is because the checks on female hypergamy have largely been removed. So when John calls it a cope, he's saying, well, we're all okay with women being able to exercise hypergamy, but not men. The minute men do that, that's how we get that clip from the Pop the Balloon, where they're like, well, what about love? Or, then you start getting your masculinity attacked and saying you're not masculine because you're looking out for your own interest in this deal. So if we then reveal that actually men have been hypergamous throughout history, this sheds a different light on the whole picture. And I think it pushes back a lot on what red pills would say is, what I would consider just a half-truth, because they're only focusing on the women being hypergamous and not men's nature to be hypergamous. So, fun stuff there. You're jumping the gun. He's going to mention hypergamy for men and dowry. Okay, yeah. I mean, I did listen to 20 minutes while I was at work, but that's good. Yeah, we can bring the painting up again too. Also, I made more images. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Okay. All right. Well, let's get back into this.
And the other cope would be passport bros, move to another country. And I don't think that a women's advocacy group would tell women to just leave the country. What women's advocacy has told women is, come together, form a political group, and change the laws. And that's what you've seen feminism do. And I think that I would like to see more political action from the men's community, because I think that...
Yeah, see, this is where I think John represents more so the men's rights aspect of all this. Which I think, is a shame that I think the space in general has moved away from. I mean, there's some honorable mentions here and there, but it's not as big as it was. I know a lot of folks will say, the culture needs to be changed first, which I get. I get that. It's just, I have a special liking for the men's rights side of
We're
things.
not going to negotiate our way out of this. I think we're going to have to either legislate our way out of this, or it's going to, I mean, I think it's really going to have to start with the culture, because I think that
yeah, for sure.
The culture right now.
In some ways, I do think we can negotiate our way out of this, at least as far as marriage is concerned. And that's why I've been so fixated on the dowries, because I've wanted to use that to push back on conservatives who call themselves traditional and say, okay, men, as men, we're willing to get married. Yes, we don't want to be in the fast lane on a motorcycle all the time. You know, we don't want to be the matador who's trying to spin plates and avoid getting, you know, the horns all the time out here in these streets. We'd actually like to get married because it's stable. It should be stable. Both people can protect each other from, you know, the evils of this world. And it's a lot better for family creation and all these positives, but this is what the deal needs to look like. That, in effect, is a negotiation. Klaus says, we currently have several solutions, quote unquote. MGTOW, don't play the game. Dowry equals share. PUA, spinning plates until one doesn't fall. And game her forever. Black pill, just risk it all anyway. Yeah. Don't forget about Silver Pill. Shout out to Michael. Kentucky came up with a decent solution to at least one problem. Proves that changing laws is one key. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I like that they, you know, at least enshrine the 50-50 custody, you know, for married folks right off the bat. Especially, you know, I know it still kind of can be hampered by, you know, a false accusation or something, but it's a start. On a long enough timeline, survival fails to zero. Exactly. I saw a video, and I can't show it because it's NSFW, but what it was it's a matador. It was on Reddit, and it was a guy who has one of those, you know, he's in the matador costume, and he's got that big old red sheet. My bad. And he's, you know, the bull runs, and he does his thing with it. And then he turns around and he like does something, but there's a second bull that comes up from right behind him and just gets him. And that's how I imagine most people out here spinning plates. Like everything is good for a while until it's not good. And when it's not good, it's like it's life changing. God forbid. Yo, Aurum, welcome in. Have a couple of kids, be on the hook for some child support for a few years, then retire and play video games for the rest of your life. You make it sound not so bad.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe we can think about that one.
Is blaming it's blaming masculinity, when I think that it's not masculinity that's the problem, it's hypergamy that's the problem.
Right.
And what they will say, if women's yes, he honestly just said it right. It's hypergamy that's the problem. And instead of trying to reinstate the checks on hypergamy, all they're doing is telling men to be more masculine. So they're saying become hyper-masculine, more than what is even probably naturally necessary. And then this should solve the problem. But it's just going to lead, not even going to lead, it has led to a collapse of the dating and frankly the marriage market at this point.
That
the question is always it's always masculinity. It's never about, you know, how do we check hypergamy on the female side? It's just masculinity. Well, maybe if you were more masculine. And a lot of the manosphere, I think, kind of falls into that a little too much. And unfortunately, it takes away from men being able to see what the real issue is.
If you look at our history and the way things used to be, there used to be checks on hypergamy.
There it is.
You know, it used to be at fault divorce, and before that, it was the dowry.
Oh, there
system.
we go. Shout out to the dowry.
It's my right.
But yes, he's right. You know, and we've talked about that on this channel. You know, I've brought up the sources that discuss divorce in the United States. You know, and there really was no divorce. There was annulments, especially while the United States was an English colony. And as soon as the American Revolution happened, divorce pretty much became legal here. And then that led to this system of at-fault divorce. And at the same time, you know, things like the romantic ethos are starting to take over. Now, people were still doing dowries in the U.S. for quite some time. But you can say England and the U.S. were the first to kind of shed the dowry system especially as industrialization set in. And then, then other countries start to follow suit, but some countries kept the dowry for a long time. Places like Greece. It wasn't even fully gone in Italy till the 70s. Greece in the 80s, Spain, and I think the late 70s, early 80s. I'll have to look at that again. But so yeah, that's where we're at there. Stack says, if we were to forecast how long it would take for gold pill principles to become part of the mainstream, how long would it take? Also, do you think we will need to, I don't know if there's a second part of that question. That's a good question, man. That is a good question. I don't know, to be honest. I think it depends how good of a job we can do with getting people to understand this. That's where conversations where tradcons, I think, are the most necessary. Those are the ones you got to have the conversations with first. And the only way I think it could truly work is if we had, a test case. If somebody was able to pull off a marriage that way and it actually made sense in this marriage market, which we do see sometimes. Man, there was another video I wanted to react to this week. It was a Manosphere Highlights Daily video about John Cena and about his divorce and his negotiation prior to the marriage. And it was actually a little bit, about this, but I don't think we're gonna be able to react to it tonight, but we will discuss that more. Red Pill says, if hypergamy goes after the top 10% of men, then be the top 10%. The problem with this is not everyone can be the top 10%. Yeah, that's true. And they can say it doesn't matter, but that will still lead to a fundamental disconnect in civilization, meaning that it will collapse and degenerate. If only 10% can be the top 10%, which is true, then the other 90%, if they stop trying or check out, that's going to lead to a collapse of the civilization. Then that other 10% at the top are going to be in some trouble too. Now, Red Pill, at least the subreddit of Red Pill always kind of had this enjoy the decline. That's what they would always say. That was a maxim, to be fair. So I think they did kind of see that one coming. Until women decide to think about the future willingly, this is going to continue to be a problem. One, I think that will actually be cured by women's mass exodus from the workforce. Well, when things become so expensive, they just can't handle it anymore. The thing is this is a pendulum. This is a pendulum that swings between two extremes. And the one extreme is, families self-regulating and doing all this kind of thing. The other extreme is a very robust welfare state. And this is why you see calls for socialism and these kinds of things in bigger social welfare programs, is because welfare is essentially the duct tape that holds this whole thing together. And this is what is the only thing that can probably allow a civilization to exist if they're not going to be doing nuclear families. Then suddenly people are like, well, why do they have so much? We should take for them and give to everybody else who can't seem to keep husband and wife together or put, 3 square meals on the table because somebody doesn't want to cook. You know what I mean? And then it all falls apart because they're all getting married based off of a romantic ethos. And as we've seen in the writings and the sources here, is that even back when it was getting popular, people knew that was a bad idea. So you get all these broken marriages and you need a robust welfare system to keep it all going together. So either the welfare system gets bigger and we all become part of the Borg and the herd, and then it doesn't matter who the daddy is because the government pays for everything anyways. Or we go back the other way, which is families are doing family correctly and can actually regulate themselves. They can actually regulate reproduction their own way, and then government gets smaller. So, it's one of those which way Western civilization kind of memes in a way. Can Western civilization really survive this population collapse? I question it, even if pro-family and pro-natalist policy started today. Yeah, I mean, sounds a little black pill, man, but I can't argue with you on that. I think you might be right. Both the laws and society needs to change for the West to survive. We're living the Weimar Republic 2.0. Who is not having kids? None of the people we want having kids anyway, my honest opinion. Well, that's the problem too, and they're not having them early enough. That's not how statistics works. Also, is a lot of work and sucks all energy out of you. I'm too lazy. for that and want to enjoy my life, not working myself to the bone. All right, let's go and get back to this.
So when you had arranged marriages, women were required to have skin in the game. They couldn't just marry. You couldn't have a peasant woman marrying a king and totally just choose, the highest status guy.
And not to mention that it's the parents also had a lot more control over the marriage, not just of the women, but of the sons too. Because if they didn't do that, then unfortunately what's going to happen is they're going to be cut off from their inheritance and they're going to fall down in social class, and life is going to be hard because, other than the church and charity, there really wasn't this robust welfare state to help you with your bad decisions. Here's an excerpt from a book called Romantic Love and Society. And it's talking about, the romantic love's kind of incursion into marriage over time, especially in the West. And this says, so I'll just read it from here. As regards the freedom granted to young people, the evidence of the letter suggests that daughters were very much subjected to the will of their parents and relatives, whose business it was to sort them out a good match. That this is the arranged marriage. On the other hand, in rich families as in poor, it was not customary for young people to stay at home throughout their adolescence. And passed-on's daughters were often sent off to stay with relatives or in other households rather than waste their time with their mothers. Parental surveillance would have been less than total, although no doubt this moving about was intended to circulate young people and help them in the quest for eligible spouses. This control by others than parents would have been countered by the fact that daughters owed obedience to their parents and by the lack of alternatives to a marriage arranged in the normal way. The alternative was, of course, to be cut off without a shilling and therefore to have no means of surviving in the same social class. See, to be cut off without a shilling is to say, okay, well, then you're not getting your inheritance. And which we know the dowry is the female inheritance that they get at the time of marriage in order to help them find a suitable match, which helps check hypergamy, which helps stop having a bunch of pauper marriages that leads to a gigantic welfare state. You see how this is all downstream? Before the Reformation, even to enter a nunnery, one was obliged to bring a dowry. And we know this from our newspaper clipping from the, about the Pope. The important factor in understanding marriage and love in a family such as this is to realize that the individual's overriding relation and concern is with his or her social class and level of life. See, with social classes comes the problem of hypergamy. If you live in this giant herd mentality type of place, or you're living in a way less complex society where class isn't really a thing, hypergamy isn't really a thing. You're just living off the fat of the land. You're following the herd. Well, who cares about paternity? Because there's no private property. Once you start to get class stratification, then hypergamy starts to matter, right? The important factor is in understanding marriage and love in a family such as this is to realize that the individual's overriding relation and concern is with his or her social class and level of life, and the duty of parent and child, of husband and wife, is in maintaining these interests. Those who do not put this consideration first fail in their roles one to another. So it's a good book. It goes on to talk about kind of how romance maybe started to come in. And, here's an interesting paragraph. This needs some explanation. The romantic love ideal is often seen as an intense reciprocal commitment. And if it is mutual, monogamy would seem to fit it rather well. Polygamy would be more suited to successive romantic and passionate episodes. I feel like that's what we see nowadays. People want to say they're monogamous, but really it's just like one after the other. Real quick, I'll read a couple of these. And I've always wondered what's bad about the slogan, enjoy the decline. The situation won't change until it even gets worse. It won't change in my lifetime, so I'm enjoying what I can. That was like the subreddit Red Pill. I remember them. Polygynous societies statistically make the younger men more dangerous because marriage brings stability. However, in a war-torn country like the Middle East, polygamy provides a lot of young men. I think you could say there's probably higher rates of warring between them. Of course, they're less complex than, a more sophisticated society whose ability to, perform war would probably be at a much greater level. Anyways, back to here.
Like they're currently doing. So you know, I just did an episode about this. All the things that I talk about in these interviews, all these things that I talk about, I try to have a dedicated episode on my channel that kind of explore these different ideas. And I just did an episode called Male Hypergamy, which is, I would argue that men can also be hypergamous. Just like women wanting the bigger, better deal.
Yes, they absolutely can be hypergamous. And, you know, that's where even our, you know, we see it everywhere in the sources. You know what I mean? Like this right here is male hypergamy. You can say this is making sure they at least, you know, marry within class or they go above, you know, and you have stories like the proikateris in Greece, the dowry hunters. You can kind of call them probably like some early version of pickup artists.
I would say that's the equivalent of men wanting the younger, hotter chick, or maybe even multiple women. But the problem is that the family court system only punishes one gender for pursuing their hypergamy.
Yeah, well, and it's confounded by the fact that the culture is tells men, you know, like you have to be the provider, which, okay, fine, I can even get that. But to be the provider, like love isn't enough to enter into that deal. You have to set up that deal, especially with her dowry. Then the man can be the provider after that. There is a certain level of buy-in into this situation. And if you don't have that, then, well, you can't procure the same amount of provisioning. Again, acting as a check on hypergamy. And the only way this is gonna work, guys, is the only thing that can truly subdue and check female hypergamy is men exercising hypergamy. Hypergamy against hypergamy is the only thing that can create a positive assortative matching.
We used to punish women for pursuing their hypergamy when we had at-fault divorce and we had dowries.
Rollo seems to firmly shoot down male hypergamy as not being a thing. I guess he's thinking of that in terms of modern day hypergamy. Yeah, Rollo, I think he even wrote an article on this, but Rollo tries to separate hypergamy from marriage. I don't do that. I think hypergamy in the strict academic sense is strictly about marriage. Nowadays, everyone has tried to open up the meaning for hypergamy to be strict, to include relationships and dating and all that kind of thing. But to me, the hypergamy hasn't truly happened officially until the marriage has happened. Because then you have a changing of class, because now you guys are one, you know, financial entity together. I could see the argument that, well, you know, they want to date up. You can say they're operating off hypergamous impulses, but the actual hypergamous act, I don't think, gets sealed until the marriage happens. So that's where the gaming comes in, because they think they're going to lock that person down, and then they don't. And then they just, you know, they get screwed over that way. Matter of fact, military works with the local brothels to make sure military men don't get sexually transmitted diseases. They could do the same thing in America if they wanted. Interesting. One important thing civilians don't know is if you are in the military and serve overseas, it's lawful for military men to partake in the country's brothels like the Philippines. Okay, so soldiers they're not be held to the American laws on that. That's interesting.
So women, like I said, could not just be as hypergamous as they want with no consequences.
Okay, but like when it comes to a dowry, I mean, that's something that's like definitely not something that we practice in the US, right? That would be more like India, Asia.
You know, I love this interview because Matt, I think, is asking all like the most natural questions you can expect from someone who's kind of hearing this for the first time.
Where they have arranged marriages, you know.
Well, let me correct that.
And you know, like we have spent so much time. My whole like focus on this channel has been to show that the dowry system was not just, you know, something in some far foreign place. It was a hallmark of Western culture. And I would even argue it built Western culture. Without the dowry system, you wouldn't have had as organized marriages, and you wouldn't have had as much stability as was needed to create the civilization. Since they pulled that pin out, or that card from the stack, it's starting to unravel in a way. So, you know, for a time, we at least had at-fault divorce, which was something that can hold this together. But since they pulled that pin out next, it's gotten even worse.
A lot of people believe that dowry is this foreign concept, when if you actually look at the history, the dowry was like the backbone of Christian marriage for thousands of years.
Okay. Absolutely. We got the Pope out here giving dowries.
Up until when? Like, when did it stop being mainstream?
See, that's a fair question too. I know we mentioned a little bit about that earlier. England, you start to see the debates in the newspaper articles in the 1800s. Late 17, well, yeah, you can say early 1800s, and it starts to go from there. And you can even see them in the American newspaper articles as well. But it really is around like 1800s, though still some of them, but that's where it really starts to push away. And it's part of this, I think, modernizing process and industrializing process. So then you start to see things like that. But it was just there first, and then it started to kind of, spread way, way later. But, you even had Americans, there was this whole thing about American women, especially rich heiresses from the U.S., getting married to titled Europeans, and taking money away from the U.S. to go live in Europe to marry, some guy with a noble title. And it was becoming such an issue that they were thinking, how can we stop this, Shout out to him. He must be referencing your work, Shah. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of these conversations we have had. And, John did, he did a dowry episode. He featured me in a clip. So, man, just me watching this, I just think it's really freaking cool. Like, I appreciate that John's discussing it, and I appreciate that Matt is, open-minded enough to want to learn about it.
Stream. Well, I mean, shout out to a channel.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Like, when did it?
I saw the shout out.
Well, I mean, shout out to a channel called This Is Shah. He basically is like,
hey, Shah, he follows me.
Shout out to Shah.
What's up, Shah?
He is
Matt.
He is an expert. He probably knows more about the dowry than any of us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he'd be the one to ask these questions too.
Yeah.
But
I need to have a conversation with him about this and just go in more in depth, because I know he covers the dowry a lot, right?
Yes.
And that's, again, as somebody like who was born and raised in, in the United States, it's like a foreign concept, at least these days, but maybe it wasn't back in the day, but it's a foreign concept. And just before we go any further, so you guys don't have to Google this, what is a dowry? It's basically where, correct me if I'm wrong, if the woman's family, the bride's family, like contributes a set amount of money to.
That's basically it, to the marriage. But let's hear John.
Refers to money or property brought by a bride to her husband on their marriage.
Yes, that is a very textbook definition right there. Really, what you could say is the dowry is the pre-mortem inheritance that the daughter receives upon her marriage. And typically, this portion, they also call it a marriage portion, is weighed against. You guys remember that picture with the scales I showed you last week? That portion is weighed against what the man's, either potential income earning is or what he's coming in from his family, what his estate is, to use a technical term. And these will tend to match. And then so when they find a marriage of reason or a rational match here, that's what they're weighing out. You know what? Let me bring up that picture with the scales again. Dang it. I actually don't know where I saved that picture. That's all right. I'll look for it and bring it. Well, there's actually more than one picture with the scales, ironically, but here's another one. But there was the picture from last week where it was both the man and the woman on the scale, but this one is from 1921, her weight in gold. So yes, this is another example of the marriage portion there.
So basically, that is a payment from, like I said, the bride's family to the groom. Now,
payments. So it's not technically a payment to the groom in the sense, but it really is. It really is a woman receiving her marriage portion, and then the groom is incentivized because if you're marrying a woman that has a significant portion, this is going to herald a better life for you. And when you look at the legal codes about dowries, they tend to say what a man can or cannot do with his wife's dowry. So he can't just go sell the farm and leave. You know what I'm saying? That would be illegal. But he does have usufruct of the dowry and management of it. And sometimes this can mean that he would use the dowry to set up a store so that, you know, he can practice his trade now in the store and then use that to provide for the family. Now, technically, the woman's dowry is the store, and if there was ever an annulment or something, well, I guess, you know, the store would be sold and, you know, she would recoup funds, you know, in that way. Or he might just owe her some cash, depending on what's happened in that sense. So the dowry is this thing that's recognized, you know, as an institution, and it is an entity in the legal framework of things. Which is why, in unfortunately, in countries where dowry has been outlawed and they still practice it, like in India, they run into a lot of problems because the families will still expect the dowry, but since it's illegal, since they prohibited it since the 60s, they can't appeal to a legal authority if one or the other family decides to, you know, not make good on the promise.
In reverse, there's something called bride price or bride wealth, which is basically when the groom is paying for the bride. So
yeah, and so I know he calls it the reverse. I wouldn't technically call it the reverse, because it has to do with where the transaction is going and whose hands the money gets put into. So a bride price, a true bride price, and not even true bride price, actually all bride prices, the money goes from the man or the groom's family or himself, and it does not go to the wife. It goes to the wife's kin. Okay? So that's different from what the dowry is. The dowry goes from the wife's kin or from her own labors to the wife to be her dowry and technically her property. So it stays with the new couple. That money is with the new couple. The bride price is not with the new couple. That has gone to her kin, and then, you know, tends to circulate around because then her kin now has the exact amount it needs to procure, you know, a wife for some other male in their family. And that's why it's associated with polygyny, because everybody in that family might be married, but they needed to marry off a daughter, and now they have an extra bride price here just sitting. So they're like, okay, well, I guess I'll take a second wife. So, you know, is it the reverse? Not exactly. But this is where I come in. This is where I come in to discuss these fun things.
Well, basically, it could go either way, basically depending on what your culture allows. But you know, if you look in history, you know,
and it's not. I know he kind of couched it in culture, but it's really about what the economics, which is going to determine a lot about the culture, and which one it's going to be. And as you study the sort of movement from bride price to dowry, a lot of that has to do with the emergence of classes and sophistication in society and better agricultural techniques and things like that. So it has to do with you know, you can say advancements. Awesome, dope shout out. I know, man. I swear to God, that means a lot to me. I don't even know how to describe it. And man, if I get a chance to talk to Matt, that would be such a freaking fun conversation. So hopefully we get that in the future. But yeah, it would just be fun going over this stuff and just like, you know, I felt like, you know, if I could convince Matt that this at least makes a little bit of sense, that would be cool, you know. And I'd want to hear all of his questions, just like the questions he's asking now. These are all fantastic questions, and it's perfect for us because this is what we're going to be met with, you know. But Shah, her money is my money, and my money is my money. Oh, there you go. Where's our?
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady.
See, this is where the pickup comes in.
Tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money, and then you can be a.
It's so funny. The dowry also protects the woman from getting divorced by putting financial pressure on the man. Because if she did not commit adultery and he divorces her, he has to return the dowry. Well, yeah, exactly. So not only is it a check on hypergamy for marriage, it actually disincentivizes branch swinging. Because if she's going to branch swing, if you commit adultery, a lot of legal codes had it where, especially if they had children, she is forfeiting her dowry to her husband and the children, basically. So there's a lot on the line, and she has incentives not to do that, basically. So that's why, you know, marrying a woman with the dowry makes a lot more sense because she has skin in the game. She has something to lose. So fun stuff there. W gold pill, W silver pill, W saying.
Some of the most masculine men, like King Henry VIII and Julius Caesar, took dowries. And so, you know.
A lot of times in a bride price culture, girls were sold off early. If the family was in poverty, she would take one for the team. You know, there's actually a paper I read about that, about Afghanistan, modern Afghanistan. And sometimes you'll hear about Afghani families selling their daughters in marriage. And the paper I was reading followed a few cases. And it's interesting because that typically only happens where the other option is starvation. So if they can't feed the family, and, you know, again, there's no welfare system out there. I mean, there was for as long as the U.S. was giving them money, but not sure what the deal with that is. But anyways, not like here, how we have welfare. That's what they end up doing. So it typically is like the very poorest of poor families that end up doing that. Other than that, Afghanistan also has dowry practice there too, believe it or not. But that tends to be with people middle class and above. So you're going to see people that are impoverished, they will do that. They're not supposed to, but they do that because they're in dire straits.
You know, the narrative that we're being told right now is
They
that
did? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, a lot of.
Oh yeah, okay. He's talking about
King Henry VIII and Julius Caesar took dowries, and so you know, the narrative that we're being told right now is
They
that.
did? I didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, King Henry VIII. So King Henry VIII, his older brother Arthur died, I believe. I sometimes get these mixed up, and he was engaged to be married to, God, was it Catherine of Braganza? I always forget it. I know I've talked about it a couple times. There's Catherine of Aragon too. There's two of them, and they both had significant dowries actually. Let me see here. Let me just make sure I don't want to say it wrong. It might have been Catherine of Aragon. It was Catherine of Aragon. Well, she was originally betrothed to his older brother Arthur, and she brought a significant dowry. And they had paid out some of it, but what happened was he died, and then King Henry VIII then ended up becoming king and ended up fulfilling the deal and marrying her, because her dowry was so large that it just wouldn't have made sense for them to give it up on that. And they were married for a while. So yeah, fun stuff there. And you know, again, if he didn't do that, he would have been looked at as irrational. You know, it's like, why you're going to marry this tavern wench? You don't want to solidify our alliance with Spain? France is posturing for war, dummy. Marry this woman, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people don't recognize this.
But they already had money, right? They already had like wealth.
See, this is, I actually really think it's interesting that he said that. Because that's a lot of what you hear in the manosphere is, well, you know, I got my own money. You know, I don't care about that. A man will marry a woman from a McDonald's cashier. That's actually a terrible idea. And most men in the past did not do that unless they were a McDonald's cashier themselves or some equivalent thing like that. And technically that McDonald's cashier couldn't even enter into a marriage until she saved a requisite amount, you know, of the dowry. Gosh, man, there's one newspaper clipping. I should have had this brought up way before, but of course I didn't. And it's about that Greek, it's about the American guy in Greece, and he's talking to the men over there. And they're talking about, you know, how much money they can get. I think it's this one right here. No, it's not this one. They're talking about, you know, how much money a typical guy can get in the dowry. And one of the lines in there was this one guy's talking about 3 offers that he got, and his dad refused them all because he's like, I'm not just going to throw my son away. Which I always thought was just a fantastic line, because it's like, even if you got money or you come from money, you're just going to throw away. You're just going to, you know, throw away your son into a bad marriage bargain, which I feel like a lot of, unfortunately, happens every day in America. A lot of sons get thrown away. Akash was thrown away. I saw some, well, I mean, he kind of threw himself out. I think I saw somebody mention him. I can't find the comment. Akash's marital situation. Oh yeah, there it is, Mr. Pitt. Akash's marital situation might have gotten worse. Word on the street. Oh, there we go. Word on the street is he used this last comedy performance to vent. I haven't seen any clips, so I can't really confirm the rumor. Yeah, that's not good. Sounds like he's panicking.
Correct. But a lot of people during that time would get married because they would try to expand their empire.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, you know, and the whole point of marriage is that both people come together and they end up in a better economic situation than they otherwise would be on their own. And it helps to either solidify or increase their class position.
I forget exactly, but I know that if you were going to be a king and you married a queen, some of these women brought some serious cash to that relationship.
Oh, they all would have. I mean, especially in Western civilization, they definitely would have.
I mean, they brought like, you know, the entire GDP of England. I forget which queen this was.
That was King Henry VIII's wife.
Or
1 year's annual income was her dowry, which was a lot of money.
Some women,
I mean, think about what that can finance.
Actually brought trade routes with them. Now
that was King Henry II's wife, I believe. I'll have to double check that one.
You know, dowry was practiced among all different classes, all the way down to, you know, the peasant level, you know, nobles, you know, things like that, kings.
And obviously, the benefit of dowry is to make sure like the woman has a stake in the marriage, right? Where she
there it is, exactly. That's the check.
Just bounce on you.
Skin in the.
Yeah, here it is. Catherine of Braganza, dowry to King Charles. Oh, sorry, King Charles II, not King Henry. Included 300,000 pounds, the port of Tangier, this is the trade route, and the island of Bombay. That's the one. She also brought trading rights. Well, no, those are with Portuguese colonies such as Brazil and the East Indies. See, like that is what gets you in the queen seat. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, dowry. It's my right.
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
So yes, very much so, very much so. Something Shah probably does not know: by law in dowry and bride price societies, children were always awarded to the father, regardless who initiated it. But women got custody when dowry went away. Yeah, it's another interesting transition there. Yeah, this is about Akash. He told the story about how she stood by him when they were poor, so she's not a gold digger, bro, and stuff like that. Doesn't refute the I want to F my friend's husband stuff. Let me tell you something. That's all a bunch of garbage. Akash was never poor or about to go homeless in his life, okay? That guy's Indian parents, I hate to say it, probably are you know, they might not be well-to-do, but I'm sure they were pretty responsible people. And I don't think he was ever in danger of going homeless. Like, that just seems like a wild embellishment. And let me tell you, if that guy was in danger of going homeless, I don't think his wife would have married him. So, I don't know. That just sounds like a bunk story. I don't believe him for a second on that. That guy homeless, I don't think he'd last 2 nights out on the street. Get out of here. That's the real brainwashing in America, not the feminist ideology, but the idea that the man shouldn't expect anything from a woman. Exactly. What they do is they couch that in provider rhetoric. And listen, I could say, yeah, okay, the man was the one who worked outside the house. Fine. I mean, you know, women, I'm sure, did a lot of stuff, especially in lower classes. But that provider thing happens after the marriage is negotiated, right? First you negotiate the marriage. There's a buy-in to the situation. Then the provisioning happens. And even then, still a woman with a significant dowry still had income, depending on if she had land. So if she brought land as a dowry, and every year the harvest is taken from that land and sold on the market, well, guess what? She has income from that, you know. Now, typically the man would have management of that. So, you know, these women weren't basket cases. They weren't paupers by any stretch of the word. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. This is for Shah being the GOAT in dowry. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Somebody, you remember when we started, man, nobody was defending Lady Dowry, bro. Lady Dowry was not looking too good, man. She was going through rough times, man. And if you'll ever see me be chivalrous, it'll only be for Lady Dowry. Thank you, Mr. Pitt. I appreciate that a lot. I can see that. It was only a question of time the situation would escalate for Akash. Yeah, it seems to be getting worse. I mean, I've seen some other clips recently. It just doesn't seem to be going well for him.
Game,
Yeah, she has skin in the game.
And similar, like when you look at fault divorce, women, you know, could not just say, "Oh, I'm not happy, I deserve better," and all of a sudden just bounce out of a marriage and take half like they currently can. So back when we had consequences.
That's the thing. Like at-fault divorce at least recognized that hypergamy was out in the open on the female side. So at least they created some rules. Basically, they were saying, okay, you guys want to get married based off the romantic ethos. We all know those marriages start to suck after a few years. Here's what it's going to look like in terms of some rules. If you know, we're not going to be thinking about dowries and stuff like that. Then when we pulled the pin out of that and we got no-fault divorce, the whole thing really just fell on its face.
You know, women used to be held accountable, and now you have all these red pillers saying, well, we live in a deregulated sexual marketplace, and so men have to just navigate that system. And I'm saying, okay, well, why are we trying to navigate the problems instead of just fixing the problems? There used to be regulations, so why don't we just try to get those regulations put back so that we can actually have a fair and balanced sexual marketplace?
Right.
It's a good question. You know, I think a lot of manosphere people will be like, oh, men aren't going to come together and do this. I think, you know, a lot of men are trapped by our current definition of masculinity. Not that masculinity is bad or something, but I think what we have is this tradcon version of masculinity, which is all about men, for the most part, serving women and not expecting or not being allowed to bargain for themselves. Unfortunately, which leads to a bunch of issues.
But that is,
I mean, it's a reach. I mean, it's definitely a reach. Yeah.
Say hi, Giz.
Yep.
Here it is. Here it is right here. This is the something about this article, man, just really, I don't know. I love this phrasing here. Our Greek friends were amazed when we told them that we had married a beautiful but destitute American girl from Warren, Pennsylvania. But didn't you even discuss the dowry with her family? Our friend Nicholas asked. I think once I brought up the sum of $300,000 with her mother. What did her mother say? Have a nice piece of apple pie. It's fresh out of the oven. Bless your heart. You Americans will never learn, said George. Look at me. I am not as handsome as many Greeks, but I'm not ugly, am I? No, you are not. My father owns ships. I have a British education. My uncle is a general. How much do you think I'm worth as a husband? It's hard to say. Well, we have already turned down these prospects. One Greek-American girl who was willing to pay $100,000. My third cousin, whose father wanted to give me half ownership in the tanker. And a beautiful actress who has an apartment overlooking the Acropolis. My father feels, and I must agree with him, that since I am the only son, he can't throw me away for nothing. When I read that paragraph, like the first time I saw that article, it just really spoke to me. Because that's what happens here in the U.S. every single day. It's like families throw away their children. They throw away their daughters too. It's like the kids become 18 and the parents are like, okay, well, good luck. Try to find a husband or a wife on the romantic ethos. Hope it works out for you. And then like people go out into this modern dating market and it's just like hell on earth. And the damage is crazy. And then, you know, the women end up in the OnlyFans and the men end up, you know, either just saying the hell with this, or if they get married and you know, it all goes to crap. And then the whole divorce machinery kicks in. So yeah, interesting stuff. Anonymous says, wait, what? Third cousin? Yeah. Yeah. Third cousin. That was a thing. You know, what's interesting too, for a lot of human history, you can say that was a thing that happened. And that's where you get the whole Catholic Church's rules about consanguinity and things like that. That's where you get the different degrees. And depending on situation, sometimes families would seek dispensation. I think that's what they call it. I can't remember what it is. It's where the church kind of says, we'll let it go this time, depending on the situation. So yeah. A YouTuber named Daddy Wells assembled a compilation of clips with Akasha's wife pushing away or avoiding kisses. Oh man, that's rough. It's really hard to watch. You can tell she doesn't really like him. Yeah. I think did we watch that clip where he was proposing for the second time? That one, I don't know if that's one of the clips that guy did, but that one, it was very apparent. Candace Owens is correct. The CIA promoted no-fault divorce and feminism because it doubled our gross product. Well, yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that in the other countries that sort of followed suit. Even Greece itself, right? Italy. The promise when they got rid of the dowry system was that, okay, we're doing feminism now. Women are going to work. So that should balance everything in the marriage. But we all know how that turned out. Women didn't make good on their promise. And I have that too. I have that from a 1970s New York Times article about the abolishing of dowry in Italy. Italy of all places. I mean, the papacy's right over there. And, you know, Vatican City. And when they got rid of, the reason they got rid of the dowry there was because when they legalized divorce in the 70s, there was this question of what's going to happen with the dowry once the divorce, you know, is initiated. How are the courts going to decide on this? So to solve the problem, and it mentions this in the article, especially because a woman's, if she committed adultery, especially, she could lose the dowry to the husband and the children. So they basically just got rid of it in the law to try to solve it. And, you know, it was, well, you know, women are working now, and, you know, here we are. So anyways.
Yeah. So,
hey, Homefront Forge. Shout out to Homefront Forge. Thanks for being here, Homefront. Great to see you. Great to see you.
Yeah, but I mean, I can't even see, like, how would that even work in today's environment, today's culture, like for the woman's family to put up money when she gets married? Because a lot of these women, they've had it so good for so long, it's like they don't have to do anything, right? We talked, I saw you guys talk about hoflation on pearls.
This is such a great question, by the way. And I love that he's asking it because it's a totally fair question.
Channel and all
Sure.
this. And yeah, obviously it's a real thing. I mean, it's actually happening.
And let me say, this is why I've been so focused on tradcons, because the tradcons are the ones who are trying to say, hey, you need to live traditionally. You guys should be getting married young. And they're saying this in an environment where houses have never been more expensive and wages haven't kept up with that. Okay, fine. Then they claim that they're traditional. And it's like, okay, if you're traditional and you want your daughter to get married early and you want your son to get married earlier, then you, of all people, if everybody else isn't going to do it, but you're supposed to be doing this for your daughters in order to help them get married. Instead, they don't do that. You know, they'll let them do whatever the heck they want to do after 18, and traditional or not traditional, if that's what they want to call themselves, you know, you end up with this kind of hoflation situation. So if it's ever going to work today, it first needs to be brought up to the people who claim to be traditional and who complain the most about, you know, the fertility crisis and all these kinds of things. And it's like, do you really care about the fertility crisis? If you did, you would be helping to encourage, you know, marriage. Other than that, this is where the whole gold pill discussion comes in. And, you know, what does a good... that video with John Cena, I'm going to have to play that. I'll play it for you guys next week. I know we won't have time tonight. But there needs to be a changing of mindset of how men view bargaining for marriage. And I think there is room for that, even in today's world. And it might even be the only thing that can set this back on track. I don't want to make it sound too, you know, important or say it's the solution, but I think it's something that can create an upward momentum here. Hey, username, what's going on? What's up, everyone? Hey, good to see you, man. The Jax Ali. Women, ironically, are useful idiots, strong and independent, biggest spenders, biggest debt, not reproducing and oblivious to what's happening. If you point out reality, You are the bad guy. Yes, very much so. And this is why, where this train gets off, everybody, I mean, if we, miss a station and try to take one going back, is completely into a kind of socialist style government and large welfare programs. I mean, welfare programs are the duct tape that keeps this whole thing together at this point, because individual families, you can't have all these people just sleeping with each other and ghosting each other and getting pregnant and not staying with each other, and the baby's only 6 months old, and you can't have this just gigantic mess that we got out here. Yes, it's a mess. I'm sorry. This dumpster fire, that might even be more accurate. Without some kind of welfare state to keep it, otherwise we'd have poor people in front of us all everywhere. You'd be walking to the grocery store and you got to walk in the street a little bit because they're all on the sidewalk and there's not enough enforcement to get them to move somewhere else. Now that would of course give a big incentive for people to stay married so they don't end up like that. But instead what we got is welfare out here to hide those people somewhere.
So yeah, these women, like their standards, their expectations, everything's just.
But at the same time, okay, so then we talk about hoflation, then we think about inflation, right? So one of the questions that I've asked before is I said, okay, if the price of gas suddenly shot up to $25 per gallon, would you tell consumers to become high-value consumers, or would you instead protest a system that's allowing monopolies to exploit people, at the basically exploiting people and making them pay a higher price?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but how would we fix that? So we could have a system that's more fair in the dating market, because you have, I mean, how did feminism get started? How did?
Well, look at antitrust.
It's such a fair question, because he's like, dude, this thing is so in the dumps right now. Like, what could possibly fix this? And a lot of people pretty much just agree that only a collapse can. In my opinion, I think a lot of people do want to get married, and typically they're frustrated with that because they're trying to get married based off of a romantic ethos. I think if there's going to be a lot of people who, it's probably too late for them, or maybe they can turn around. I don't know. But if, parents looking at this now think about, okay, if they look at the marriage market and they think I'm going to endow my daughter or my children, I'm going to give them portions to negotiate for marriage out here, and it actually helps them. It actually gives them an edge in the marriage market. Other people will see that. If Pearl's 9 acres of land helps her, people will notice that. You know what I mean? And I think it can, give people a little bit of a clue. You know what I mean? So I want to remain positive and say it's possible. I'm looking for an off-ramp to this whole thing. I don't think we can just stay on the freeway on a motorcycle, living in the fast lane and just, spinning plates forever. I really don't think so. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, marriage on the romantic ethos is a disaster. But I think it's still a good idea to look for an off-ramp, to look for a deal that makes sense. And if you get the deal, then go for it. By the way, guys, I'm going to pull up that New York Times article. Hoflation is real. Even above average men are struggling out there. Absolutely.
Laws, how they break up business monopolies.
Right.
So I think that women have a monopoly over sexual access, and so they can just demand whatever they want.
Sure.
And so now basically men are kind of expected to overpay.
Yeah.
And I want some type of
Just a
kind of
second,
checks
guys,
and
I'm downloading
balances so
this.
that we can lower the price so that average men, because otherwise we have a society where only the top men are going to share all the women, and then the bottom 80 to 90% of men are all going to be celibate.
They're not even really like truly sharing. I mean, other than sleeping with the women, it's not like those top men are actually really financing those women or doing much else. It's more so just, the carousel that everybody knows about. And then those women fall away from that. And then maybe they try to lock down some guy on the way down. This is what the red pill, the praxeology part, if you want to call it that, has done a great job of describing. Okay, real quick. Here we go. This is the article from 1971. Italy is reforming family laws to bar dowries, child marriage. Let's see. Back then, you can get married at like 14 or something over there, I think. Here we go. Rome, December 4th, 1971. The Chamber of Deputies this week approved a reform of family law that proclaims full equality of the sexes. This is in Italy, of all places, and is bound to have a profound impact on the Italian way of life. The proposed legal changes would do away with child marriages, the age-old institution of the dowry, discrimination against children born out of wedlock. See, this is another thing that enabled the hype, and other archaic provisions that are still in force. Promoters of the reform, which was spearheaded by women legislators, say it will thoroughly modernize the patriarchal structures of the Italian family, especially the southern Italian family with its domineering husbands and fathers. I want to do an Italian guy impression, but I won't. The reform bill is the product of close collaboration between militant Roman Catholics, I don't know what that is, and communists in the Chamber's Justice Committee. The body passed the draft. See, there's your communists. The body passed the draft legislation 29-3 with one abstention Wednesday. Just a second, guys. No sugar challenge. The bill needs no further consideration by the full chamber and was sent back to the Senate, which it had already been discussed for a final vote. Rapid enactment is expected. Commenting on the chamber committee vote, Nildi Jyoti, a communist, said that the new regulations would give Italy at last a system of family law based on human and social principles. Maria Aletta Martini, a Christian Democrat, said that the new bill aimed at bringing the gap between real life and law. A Christian Democrat. Mrs. Martini and Mrs. Jyoti, widow of Palmiro Togliatti, the late Communist Party leader, took leading parts in writing the new legislation. Okay. Formally, the new norms revised the articles of the Italian Civil Code relating to the family. The code was completely overhauled for the last time in 1942 when the fascist government instilled its authoritarian ideology into the law book. The new bill appears to take it for granted that divorce, which was introduced in Italy only a year ago, 1970, is here to stay. This is significant because Roman Catholic groups are campaigning for a referendum on repeal of the divorce law. I wonder how, they got the Roman Catholic folks to kind of give up on that. Negotiations between the church-backed Christian Democratic Party and pro-divorce parties on amendments to the divorce legislation that would avoid a referendum are underway. The proposed revision would make it harder to obtain a court decree dissolving a marriage, but would uphold the principle that marriage can be ended by divorce. Okay. The new family bill sets 18 years for both sexes as the minimum age for marriage. The minimum age may be lowered to 16 years only for grave reasons. I wonder what that would be. Probably one or the other's parents died and they're like, it's better to just get them married so they can not be suffering. The bill provided, at present, the minimum age of marriage in Italy is 14 for men and 12 for women. Wow. The legislative reform also gives formal recognition to premarital counseling without making it mandatory. The new bill would strike from the Civil Code a set of articles concerning the dowry, the usage of the bride's portion, property brought into marriage. See, that's a good definition for it. It's not a price paid to the husband, but it's a portion and property brought into the marriage. That's actually what Matt Cross said. As a gift. Oh, well, now they say as a gift to the bridegroom. I will still take umbrage with this. For management by the bridegroom. Is still being practiced in Italian upper-class families, but women's movements, see that? This is the feminism. Women's movements abhor it as demeaning. Listen, guys, if you want to really push back on the feminists and make them bristle, then the dowry will do that for you. Instead, the proposed legislation foresees voluntary establishment of a fund to sustain the burdens of marriage. See this? So the proposed legislation foresees a voluntary, so this is kind of like community property. And they're assuming both parties are going to still put money into it. to be administered jointly by husband and wife. So, okay, yeah, there's your end of patriarchy right there, administered jointly. Under the new bill, the wife would no longer replace her own surname with her husband's. Isn't that crazy? That like Catholic Italy is saying that the woman will get married, no dowry, and keep her last name. Like, look how feminist it was. But would add her husband's name to her own. So that's how you see this on Twitter all the time with these tradfluencers. They'll have like their actual like last name from like their home, like not their married last name, but they'll still keep their last, like Kim Kardashian West, right? Something like that. I wouldn't call her a trad influencer by any stretch of the term, but other ones do that, right? So like Italy was formalizing that. Legally, all Italian married women will therefore soon have double names. Isn't that interesting? See, it's great to look at old stuff. The reform would increase the cases where one party or both may petition for annulment of their marriage. One of the proposed new reasons for annulment is the existence of sexual deviations that impede normal conjugal relations. The new bill would give equal rights to husband and wife with regard to the education of their children and to property. Anyways, here we are. So yeah, just wanted to share that with you guys. Another source for you guys there, because, we're just throwing sources. All right, back in it.
How do you run a society like that?
Yeah.
There's no incentive for men to do anything.
Right. I mean, and that's definitely been happening as of like the last, the turn of the century with like dating apps and social media. But I mean, even going, hundreds of years back, thousands of years back, men were always kind of overpaying, right? It's just now that it's like reached epic proportions where it needs to stop.
I mean, I think if you put that in more recent history, maybe through with the at-fault system, you could say it was still hypergamy. Going through the dowry system, I would say it was more equivocal. It made sense. I wouldn't call that an overpaying.
Right. I mean,
he might be talking about bride price in terms of thousands of years, but I wouldn't consider that overpaying, only because back then the women contributed the major part to agriculture, so their labors were actually bringing in income for the guy. So in a way, women were providers in that way.
Because now, because back in the day, an average guy could find a decent-looking wife, at least on his level, get
yeah, okay. Yeah, I would definitely say that.
married, have a family.
Yeah, but at the same time, were men overpaying when we had the dowry system? Women obviously, if a woman could not afford a dowry, then she couldn't, marriage was just not in the cards for her. And a lot of
Exactly. And, one awesome legend, involves the Christmas stocking. So we all know the Christmas stocking has its origins in dowry history, which is really cool.
Women had to end up going to work at a convent, or they had to go to
They would join a convent. We just read that earlier from our painting source, I believe, where women, in order to join a convent, they would still have to pay dowry.
Brothel or something like that.
Yeah.
And a lot of women also had to save up money for their own dowry. They didn't just, get the money from their parents always.
Very true, very true. And we went over those sources. The dowry came from a lot of sources, depending on what class you were in. But women on the bottom were working for their dowry.
So, there's a lot
when
of...
is the last time we had a dowry? Like, when is the last time it was like actually
And also, let me
the U.S., you could say at least 150 years, well, maybe, 1800s. I'll put it there. Italy, we just read that article, 1970s, for upper class then. Lower classes probably were doing them, but around that time, maybe less so. So, very recent if we're looking at the totality of Western history.
I'm not literally saying we need to bring the dowry back. Okay. All I'm saying is that, I just want men to understand that they...
I don't know what he's going to say. What I did watch past this, but I can't remember. But it's like that women need to have skin in the game, and that men deserve more. Men shouldn't just be thrown away,
They need to, they shouldn't be shamed for wanting to negotiate a fair deal.
There you go. Yes.
And be expected to just, you're a man, you're supposed to fall on the sword. You're a man, you're supposed to, just... How dare you ask, her to bring anything to the table? Men...
This is where the concept of masculinity comes in. Real quick from Michael. Shah, the church did not fight against the change of laws because as women interned the workforce, it also had an effect on the tides. Oh yeah, the collection plate, I believe. Churches did not want to upset women because of the church loans. Yeah, I could see that. So it just created a compounding problem. Like in the beginning, it wasn't that big of a deal, but as they started working, their revenue, in the same way that the state's tax base increased, the church's tithes increased. So they started to, I guess you can say, maybe appeal to women a bit more, and business was good, perhaps you can say. Good point. There was a financial incentive when women entered the workforce, and the change of laws was seen as a necessary evil. Wow. Thanks for that, Michael. Thank you for that. Either a brothel, 304, convent, or marriage. These are your three options. There's a fourth option. The fourth option is to work and save money for a dowry. So it's not just those three, but, you know, working for a woman probably wasn't seen as the best option, but if that's their situation, they'd have to do that. And, you know, you have to look at the technology back then, too. You know, like there probably wasn't going to be an air-conditioned office to go in. So it would be tough out there. I think that's an interesting point, Klaus. Society is rarely static, though. I could see women absolutely simping to men after a point in order to outcompete machines. You know what, Aram? I think you're right. AI is going to replace almost all of the higher paying professions that women have available to them. There you go. They'll have no choice. That's an interesting prognosis right there, Aram. That is interesting. Klaus said, unpopular opinion, my guess is the change will come after the introduction of AI robots that cook, clean, and are ready for recreational. Enough guys will go for it that disrupt the system. It's going to be like that Futurama episode where Fry, you know, gets with the Lucy Lou bot.
Men don't care about a woman's money or what she contributes financially.
Yeah.
When men throughout history, there's receipts, there's evidence of men throughout history basically saying, what do you bring to the table?
Oh, yeah. Oh, the receipts don't stop, guys. We have too much of them.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even ask that question without getting shamed, right? Have you asked that on your channel?
Exactly. We just saw that on that Instagram reel I shared earlier. But that popped the balloon. Well, what about if love, though, you know? What do you mean? She's asking, what kind of business do you have? Like she's sitting here coming from some money. And then, like, he's doing super well, and it's like he's just shamed for asking that.
Like, women are like, what?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Exactly. We saw the perfect example of that.
And the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what you get. Yes. So I think kind of, shout out to CGA. He's got that famous quote that says, men are in love, women are in business. Well, maybe it's time for men to also be in business. Because, I mean,
especially when it comes to marriage. Like, listen, if you're going to do pickup and you're going to do game and like as far as like a red pillar, like, you know, okay, they just want to have short-term engagements. That's a different thing. Fine. You know, do that. Be Mr. Masculine, attract the ladies. I still think you're playing with fire. I mean, you need to find an off-ramp for that before things get really bad. That's all I'm saying. But when it comes to marriage, it needs to be bargained for, needs to be negotiated. The long term is different, you know, than whatever the short term game is. Luke says China is hot on the taboo science, artificial wombs, good AI, robotic realistic bodies, and the ability to create the necessary cells from men's skin cells. Oh my gosh. Prepare for dystopian cyberpunk style weirdness. That kind of, you know, Luke, that kind of reminds me of that book, Brave New World. I haven't read the whole thing, just like the beginning part where they're touring the lab and they're pretty much going over how humans are reproduced in this kind of, I don't know if it was a totalitarian or kind of utopian society. I got to go back and finish that. I think they made a good movie on that too. It's an older book. But yeah, that is pretty, dystopian. That is very dystopian.
That's the thing, is the fact that when we went from the dowry system to the romantic model, I mean, that's basically, if you look at the history, the evolution of going from the dowry system to now all of a sudden, you know, my daughter's beauty is enough. She doesn't need to bring a dowry.
Or a real man wouldn't expect the dowry from a woman. That, you know, that's the romantic ethos.
That
you know, it's interesting because as far as like game or pickup artistry, you can say goes, that still operates within a romantic ethos framework. It just flips the script. It doesn't instead of the man being in love and the woman in business, it's trying to get them wrapped around your finger. You know what I mean? And it's all still kind of built on this romantic house of cards, so to speak. So, I think the promise is, well, if you're on the other side, then everything's going to be good for you. But is it really? Because it's still, in my opinion, kind of fated to fail, or at least end sooner rather than later. You know what I mean? So that's where a marriage of a reasonable marriage makes better sense than one based off of love. And pickup artistry and kind of what the red pill does still engages with this whole thing with a romantic ethos.
There's articles that Shah has gone over on his channel where there was literally a transition from what's called marriages of reason to marriages of romance.
Okay.
And so the whole...
Oh man, I had that one queued up because I remembered he brought it up. That's this one right here, romance versus reason. We've read this one, several times, but it's the English, because the English moved away from the dowry system first, and they're looking over the pond to the French, and the French are still doing dowries. And then they're just like, well, they're debating with themselves about this. Like, should we do this too? Perhaps the one drawback about our marriage system is that English parents who are as well able to give their daughters dowries as our French parents do not do so because they are able to marry their daughters without dowries. This is because romance took over. They forget that here is where a little reason would help the romance by increasing the comforts of the newly married pair and so minimizing the chance of subsequent unhappiness. While we would not wish to copy French matrimonial methods, we might perhaps with advantage take a leaf out of the French book when marrying our own daughters. So yeah, that was a fun one. Brave New World is the goal they are going for. Class-created people hardwired into the roles with no chance of mobility up or down. My gosh, that sounds like a crazy future. The feudalism and the sort of, tech master race, and then like the rest of the herd born and bred to do that. Man, somebody's got to write a new style dystopian novel or something. Like, where are our great writers in this generation? Like that right there is a fantastic story idea. I'm watching the robot development in China and Japan for some time now, and it gets scary now. Absolutely. Yeah, Klaus, I'll be honest. I'm the guy that's like, there's no way they'll ever create a robot that's as good as a woman. No freaking way. But if they really do, man, I'll be like, oh my God. Like that would be kind of scary. That would actually be kind of scary. Like if they really did, and I was like, that's kind of lifelike. But, I tend to think, nah, there's no way, Absolutely, especially now with the artificial wombs and the science for not even needing a woman, it is very scary. The Great Depression was 1929 to 41. From 40 to 45, the female labor force grew by about 50%. The church and the government benefited from the immediate increase of gross national product. The Jax Ali says, in Brave New World, in the utopia, love is banned as well as marriage. Men and women can have sex with anyone. Interesting. The book was written in 1930. It's worth the read. It predicted so much, even birth control. I'm going to have to read that. Women have a monopoly on sex in the book. Interesting. But the cost was the breakup of the family and children being required to join public schools as an incentive for both parents to work. That makes sense about how public school comes out that way, because it's like you kind of got to have a daycare for these kids, and public school sounds like it was kind of a first solution for that. Wow, follow the money, huh? Robots can replace women. Robots can never replace men. But the public schools was an opportunity to indoctrinate the kids from the get-go. Man, you guys are writing I'm telling you, man, we need some new science fiction, man. Can we please get some nouveau science fiction? If that's the right word. Robots can give men what they get from women, while they can never give women what they get from men. Well, all these robots would certainly need to be maintained.
I mean, I've done an episode about this called Romance is Female Worship. I'm sure you know that that romance just goes one way. I mean, women are not the romantics. Men are the romantic ones.
Oh, yeah.
Men are the ones expected to court women, put women on a pedestal, prove their love, prove their worth. All of that is just gynocentrism.
Right.
So I think that men just need to start rejecting the romantic model and just get back to okay, we should be able to not be shamed into a role and have the self-respect to negotiate a fair deal.
You know, and looking in the past, I mean, it's not that like maybe these feelings of love and romance are unnatural. They're always there. It's just that they were put in their proper place. Like it wasn't allowed to take front and center. You know what I mean? It's like, it wasn't like, hey, let's always eat Snickers bars, right? Like maybe you could have a little bit of a Snickers bar, but you had to have real food also. You know what I mean? Like instead it's like, no, you could eat Snickers bars the whole time and everything will be good. But no, you're going to destroy yourself. You know, it's like romance is like a very sweet sugar, you know? And back then they're like, yes, we know this is very a sweet thing, but we have real pragmatic considerations, and they were at least pragmatic enough. You can even say masculine or disciplined enough to be able to at least put these things in their proper place. Financial Frontier USA. Hey, shout out Financial Frontier USA. Shame has worked, so why would women stop? Or shame has not worked, so why would women stop? It makes zero logical sense. Men are conditioned to protect a group of humans which are not conditioned to help men. Men need to evolve or be disposable. They certainly need to push back on that. I mean, at this point, I think with enough pain, it can happen. Totally right, Klaus. Love was positive. It was used to encourage the family unit. It's what we need. I would say maybe in some small aspect, but making it the entire centerpiece of the marriage, I think, is a recipe for disaster. And we have newspaper articles, like people talking about how it starts to even become commonplace that people start to understand that love matches tend to end in misery for people and lead to failure. There is a reason wealthy people put their kids in Ivy League schools and universities.
Yeah, but I mean, because human behavior is driven by incentive, you know, and so like what would be...
I love that he said that, and I agree with that.
A woman's incentive these days, especially because we have hoflation and these women are just, you know, thanks to social media and dating apps, they're getting all sorts of attention all around the world. This did not used to happen before. And I always tell the story of like I had a friend of mine back in the day before the internet, this black dude, Smiley, shout out Smiley. He was a chubby chaser, so he would get like these women who are like 20 pounds overweight and 30 pounds overweight, and they were always like really good looking. They were always like, they had beautiful faces, and I didn't like fat chicks, but I was like, man, there were several of them that I was like, man, I wouldn't mind, you know, getting together with her. However, last I talked to him, I go, hey, how's the chubby chasing going? He goes, it's dead. He goes, I can't even get that anymore. He goes, these girls are getting like dudes who look like male models.
Even the chubby chasers. Listen, I gotta give it to Matt. Like that's a fair point. I get it. And a lot of this kind of speaks to the change in technology. This is where like going back to a true dowry system, you know, may not be possible. And where people say, hey, traditionalism's not coming back. I mean, we live in a fundamentally different world. You know what I mean? So I have to give them that. But I still do think when it comes to marriage, because eventually all of these people come back to the table to try to negotiate a marriage, you know, unfortunately. And then is the time to give them their just due when it comes to negotiating for that. Love is a feeling. Feelings change. You can't have something that's supposed to be long lasting be built on a foundation of quicksand. Very true. Klaus, the Catholic Church in medieval Europe and later various Protestant denominations in America were instrumental in starting advanced universities. The K through 12 was government.
Oh, wow. Social media. He's like, it's over. He's like, I can't get the same level of girls anymore.
Yeah, and I remember like back in the day, there was like this this influencer. I think his name was David Bond. I don't know if you've heard of him.
I remember
but
him.
He did a really interesting video that I watched where it said, why is dating easier in Thailand? And it was kind of like my introduction to like learning about passport bros.
Yeah.
And one of the best points that he made is he was saying that in Asia or other countries, your average woman has a healthy body weight. And in the West, in America, when the average woman weighs, you know, 170
that's another problem.
70 pounds, it's like, okay, well, when half the apple
5'2", 170 pounds. So
when,
not like, yeah.
when half the apple orchard is rotten apples, according to men, basically it's going to take the value of average women who have a healthy body weight, and all of a sudden they're going to double, and they're all going to think that they're models now. You know what I mean?
Right.
And in other countries, just having a nice figure isn't enough. You actually have to bring more to the table. You have to work on your personality and not be.
That's a fair point, and I will tell you, it doesn't say much for. It's slim pickings out here. That is one interesting point. What is the woman's incentive to bring the dowry system? In her mind, she has to pay in way to be married, and she can't marry up along with not being able to take half from the divorce. I think the true incentive is more so for her parents first, because, they had some influence in this insofar as the dowry was comprised mainly of an inheritance value. So they're in a more mature age, and they're looking, we want something stable for our daughter. From the woman's side, I think the only thing that can incentivize them into that is in order to make marriage more attainable, especially in a market where a lot of men are walking away from marriage. So if men aren't freely giving marriage because they know it's a bad deal, then women need to find a way to incentivize the man to take the deal. This is where I can appreciate MGTOW stuff, because MGTOW says the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I'm trying to say, I get that, but if, here's what a fair deal should look like according to, what we see in history as far as what marriage is supposed to be. So this provides some pathway back. And then at least the incentive for women is that they can be more attractive on the marriage market and not have to rely solely on looks, from the divorce. Matt is savage, 5'2", yeah, 170 pounds. The incentive is the greater the dowry, the higher status of men she can marry. Excellent answer right there, by the way. Thank you, Michael, saying. It helped the entire family and future generations. Yeah, if she's bringing something significant, then she can net the higher status man. And this is also good for society too, just because it then at least opens up other prospects for people lower on the ladder. Because if that guy, she's incentivized, she gets him, and he's incentivized to be monogamous to her, this fixes the market if monogamy's the goal. I know Silver Pill Michael saying advocates for polygyny, but you know what I'm saying. There's no incentive for women to be virtuous or in shape anymore, in America anyway. Yes, the extra pounds from the welfare state. 4B movement started in Asia. The females were placing knives in their father's neck as a symbol for the movement. My gosh. Women are just cheaper in Southeast Asia for passport bros, allowing them to be a high-value man quicker. Yeah, I would say one thing that kind of brings up too financial is that how long can that go on before it destroys their market as well? Like how much of the overflow can it take before the local marriage market over there starts to hurt? Wasn't there something with Colombia, like they were starting to crack down on passport bros because it was just causing an issue? I might be wrong about that, but it sounds vaguely familiar.
So, rude and disrespectful and things like that. So
combative.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think that it really just comes down to, supply and demand. I think that if it was skewed the other way, where if men had basically all of these options, then the burden of performance would be on women, because they would have to basically earn our love and our respect.
Yeah.
Kind of used to be that way. Guys, by the way, my computer is making a strange squealing sound. It's been doing that for like the last week. I've got another, I think it might be a power supply or graphics card, but I have another one in waiting. Problem is, it's still in the box. So if this whole thing goes bust, I'm sorry, but we should be fine. Where is this interview? I don't see it on his channel. Oh, dang. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
If anything, you saw evidence of that, because back when men were the ones who controlled the money and women needed a man, women had to go to finishing school for etiquette and femininity training.
Yeah.
And now women have basically been spoiled rotten, so they're the ones who become the lazy bums, not us. And yet everyone's blaming men for being lazy bums when the burden of performance is all on us.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been Sometimes I go down the YouTube rabbit hole of looking.
Great point from John.
A lot of these educational films from like the 1950s that were for women, like how to act like a lady, how to dress proper,
correct,
how to do your makeup, how to behave on a date, how to treat your date, and all this. And you would think, I mean, and it's so insane because these are just basic morals, right? It's just like this is how you should be in a decent society. Yet, like when you look in the comments, like so many women in the comments are those like, oh, I'm glad oh my God, it's so oppressive, such an oppressive society. I'm like, what? There's nothing in that video that's unfair.
But I mean, is that not the reverse of what we're seeing right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Women used to always complain about being held to this delusional Barbie standard, and now basically it's the opposite. As men are being held to a delusional G.I. Joe standard. We all have to be jacked, and we all do a 6 feet tall, 6-pack abs, 6-figure income.
You know, man, I really respect John for saying this because a lot of people in the manosphere, they don't want to be looked at as not masculine. You know what I mean? Or they're gonna want to attack him or accuse him of that. But he's honestly being real right here, man. Like it's true. It's gotten to a ridiculous point. And it's like it's going to collapse in on itself the same way that the Barbie standard has collapsed in on itself.
If you're not a Chad, then you know, good luck. And so what's happening is I think a lot of red pillers are becoming black pilled.
Oh yeah, that's definitely happened. I mean, I've had wingmen. I mean, literally wingmen that I winged with in LA that were really great pickup artists have gone black pill, and it's like our friendship ended it because of it, because they're just, you know, they became nihilistic, which is strange because some of these guys were really good with approaching women. So I don't understand the whole black pill thing. I mean,
you know, that's interesting. That's actually kind of sad though. And it kind of shows that the whole situation has gotten worse. It's just gotten worse. I will say, I mean, it's interesting he says that because like they were able to get women, but they still got black pilled. I think for them, it's like they, you know, you can sit there and be with a bunch of people short term. Maybe something happened to them, or they just seen like the dark side of it all for far too long. And it's like they're really good at picking up women, but they saw that the long-term deal just looked like such crap. And maybe that goal got further and further away, like a long-term marriage, maybe something they wanted, but it just never looked on the horizon. And then after, you know, sure, sex is fun and everything, but it's like, how long can you do the short-term? How long can you be the matador for, you know, before you're like, damn it, I don't want to be in the ring anymore. Like where's the off ramp out of this? You know what I mean? This is on, the interview is on the 33 Secrets channel. Here, I'll put the link in there in the chat for you. Sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, so this is on Matt's channel, Matt Cross, the 33 Secrets. So it's right here. It's the second video. And you can find all the stuff here. I really love his videos, man. They're usually like just pretty simple, just like him talking in a car or something. He played around with AI for a bit, looks like, but all of his videos from back in the day were always that. One of my favorite videos from him, which will be, dang it, the X from 2006. Let me see if I can find that one. Damn it. I don't know if I could find, I think it's this one right here. Remembering the day I got red pilled and never looked back. It might be this one right here. I love his old videos, man. Like if you go and you look at his old videos, they are the freaking best. Anyways, real quick. Hey, thank you so much for that super chat, Peter. I appreciate that. Means a lot to me. Thank you. I will try to use that responsibly and not on cigars. I did something really bad on Thanksgiving, guys. I smoked 2 cigars, like sequentially. And I think it was bad. Like the whole next day I had like a headache. Anyways, but yes, thank you so much for that, Peter Wright. I appreciate that. Big shout out to you. Financial Frontier says the price is higher today, and women notice it. Asia has TikTok videos of women lying and stealing money from the fat American boyfriend to get money from them. Many people love the videos. Yeah, well, that's another thing. I mean, with social media, it's it's only a matter of time before the women there catch on because they're watching the stuff that the women here are saying too. So it's, it's a sort of kick it down the, like, I still think you can go overseas and probably find some good stuff to some extent. It's just probably with social media, it's inching its way closer to here, if not, getting pretty close. So yeah. It was bad, man. And I had ate so much, dude. I had some turkey, but what I mainly had was beef ribs. I had like 3 of the giantest beef ribs, man. They were cooked so good. And then I had like 2 slices of cake, and I went on a bender, guys. I'm not even kidding around, but it was fun.
It's just like complete nihilism at that point, where it's give up itis. You just throw in the towel.
And the other thing is, I mean, look, I'm not against the idea of self-improvement. Everyone should self-improve. That's just part of being an adult. Everyone should just work on themselves because, that's why we have a job. We want to make more money. We want to, be healthy, things like that.
I agree with that. Of course, self-improvement is good. The problem is when they're like self-improvement is the solution and it'll solve all of this. And if you just stop complaining, it'll be good. But there's so many examples of people who have done that, and then they're just like, this isn't worth it. Like this isn't good. This hasn't led me to, something to be proud of or whatever it happens to be. It's just been more BS.
But at some point, it's like, how high do women's standards have to go? How much competition?
And this is the worst part because it is fundamentally gynocentric.
Does it have to be before you just say this is no longer worth it? That's why so many men go MGTOW. They say the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. And even if you become a high value man, shout out to CGA again. There's that term called high value target. How many, Tom Brady? How many?
Especially if you're operating under the romantic ethos, it's still fated to fail. That's the most black pilling part of it,
Johnny Depp, how many high status, high level men have been destroyed by the legal system?
Right. Yeah. Even Tom Brady. His what was his ex-wife's name? Giselle. I've talked about her a few times on this channel. Yeah. I remember at the time she was seeing the jiu-jitsu instructor, and so many women had her back, and they were like, "No, she's not. You guys are all wrong, all wrong." And then turns out, just what was it, last year? She had the guy's baby and all this, and So.
And at the end of the day, it's like we push masculinity so hard, but how is being masculine going to help men from the family court system, or how is that going to help men who are falsely accused? I mean, at some point, we have to address men's rights because there are actual laws. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is, the super high status top G, and even he had to leave the country because the laws are different. And
Right. Andrew Tate's another example, right? Like, like I said, the spinning plates is like being the matador. You know what I mean? And you're in the ring, and there's a bunch of there's multiple bulls in there, and you got your little red pill blanket over here. On a long enough time, with one wrong move, something's gonna happen. And even someone like Andrew Tate, quote unquote Mr. High Value, his past is littered with legal issues with these women. Like, none of that sounds fun. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even seem worth it. Really doesn't even seem worth it. Hey, Base, man, good to see you. I was hoping to see you in here. Women have to be better people. If only. Andrew Tate lost his crypto, LOL. Oh my gosh, did he now? Andrew Tate is the kind of guy that will, like, the crypto market, he'll be like, you should buy crypto. And then, like, when the inevitable pump of the market comes, because it happens like once every year, like every 3 to 4 years, let's be honest, crypto goes parabolic. Everybody's like, oh my God. Then he's like, see, I told you, join the real world. It's like, man, we all knew it was going up, you can't out-alpha the state. Need to change the laws first. Tom Brady, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Shannon Sharp can't make it work. I'm an optimist and pro-marriage, but you have to be a realist. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Yeah. I hear you. And I am too. I think marriage is good, man. It's supposed to protect you from all this BS out here. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be an off-ramp out of this. You can't be the matador forever. You can't be on a motorcycle in the fast lane all the time. You could do everything right. Someone is not going to see you, and that's it. You're going to have to take it. Yeah, not sure if Tate is a good example. He might have done some shady things. he definitely did some shady things. But I mean, even just with the women, you know what I mean? None of this sounds fun. Quote of the century, Shah. Thank you, Raven. I love you, man. Andrew couldn't out-alpha the state. That's why he left England, and Romania's given him... Exactly. Exactly. Like, you hit the pinnacle of high value, and you still had to leave, you know? You gotta game the judge, bro. Exactly. The thing to remember about Andrew Tate is the government went after him hard, and schools were telling kids not to watch him. The government was afraid of him. That should... But it's not just the government. You know, Dan the Man posted a... I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, but he posted an IG reel, and it was about, like, way back even before Andrew Tate was big. He had women in England accusing him of stuff. So it's just like, it was just part of that lifestyle. Base says, I want to be married and really have never changed my mind on it. So my thing is, men can only do their part, and the hyper agency the world spins just isn't a solution, at least not a scalable one. Yes, definitely not scalable. I hear you, Base. I think a lot of people do feel that way at bottom. I mean, you know, I think a lot of guys have resigned themselves to say, okay, it's such a bad deal, I'll just have to deal with it. But deep down, I think a lot of guys still feel that way. You know, unless you are on the other side of a divorce, then those guys, I think, can comfortably say, you know, I never want this. But I think most men who haven't had that experience, I think, you know, to some extent have their eye out. I mean, I do. You know, I'm like, okay, if I can make that happen. Just stay gaming, bro. Don't worry about no females. Just stay gaming. Exactly.
You gotta stay gaming, bro. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
All right, let's get back at it. See, Mr. Pitt, real quick. Why didn't Andrew Tate just game the judge asking for a friend? Exactly. I mean, he was gaming a police officer lady for a bit, and then that didn't work out.
Asked men on the street, I said, okay, if women were all virgins who cooked and cleaned, your ideal woman, would you still get married under the current laws?
Yeah, it's the laws that are screwed up, man. I do agree with you there. It's like that definitely has to change, or the laws. But the problem is, and it always boils back to this, we have too many simps in the world. And that's what I feel like, especially in high places, government, lawmaking, policies. So
the alpha simps.
You get a lot of these, you know, issues that we're having now, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we have
you know, and I think that to an extent goes into the culture discussion. You know, I think even Paul Elam, hopefully I'm not mischaracterizing or misquoting him, but has even, because he asked me that actually once. It's just like, there's so many simps out there. John has a great episode, by the way, called Forced to Simp, which is hilarious. I mean, it's actually a good episode and makes some good points. Ultimately, with the simp problem, I think the only thing that can work is if, you know, we find a strategy that gives an edge in the marriage market. You know what I mean? And even red pillars, with whatever their strategy was, they weren't supposed to care about the blue pillars or the simps, because whatever they were supposed to be doing as far as, you know, sleeping with women goes, gave them an edge in that market. So it was like, who cares what that guy thinks? He's just sour or whatever. Finding that for the marriage market, I think would make sense. Because then if you have a marriage that works, or that is at least a proper bargain, man, that episode from Manosphere Highlights Dating, I saved it. I wanted to go over it. We probably won't be able to tonight, but it's about John Cena. And John Cena got married, and he had this negotiation in his prenup that his wife, if she wanted to get divorced, would have to give him $200,000. And she ended up having to pay that. And it was just this interesting episode he did. And like, where everybody else would look at John Cena and say, oh, he's not masculine, or all the simps would come after him. He did something that actually gave him a little bit of a safety net, which is like, at that point, who cares what the simp says? You know what I mean? Base FCZ saying the truth. Marriage, family, legacy, kids, inheritance are all a worthy goal. Problem is that it is not possible at the current point in time. For most men, they'll get toasted. Very true. Government did not hate Andrew Tate because he did shady stuff. Everyone does shady stuff. It was the effect he was having on young men. They were concerned about a following. Shady stuff was a decoy. You know, I think to some extent that's true. Simping is a dirty job, but someone has to do it.
like VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where that's Biden who put that law in, and Biden is a simp. I mean, it basically just comes down to, but you know, it really comes down to there are different types of simps, in my opinion. Okay, I think that there are men who simp just because they believe, you know, they're like these white knights who feel like they have to, you know, rescue women and they have to just be these protectors. And then there are simps.
We owe more to Andrew Tate than any of us know. I can understand, you know, the positives there are kind of what he ended up, you know, what role he played. But I would say he's more of a symptom, you know, rather than a solution.
That I would almost see as like victims of addiction or loneliness or something like that.
Right.
I mean,
well, they would be like incels more.
Well, okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think the bigger goal of the manosphere is to address the divorce problem or the incel problem?
I would say both.
Would you weigh one more heavily? I mean, I would almost say more of the incel problem, because the divorce problem, you can choose to not get married, but you can't really choose to be an incel.
Right.
And one other thing I have a big problem with is everyone is trying to paint incels or lonely men as these loser basement dwellers who just sit at home and play video games all day and eat pizza and do nothing.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of incels who are just average men. In fact, there's a lot of men who are married and they're in a dead bedroom, and I would classify them as incels as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just any man who's ever been rejected by a woman is temporarily an incel.
But how do you...
I think a lot of the content does focus more on getting women instead of men's rights stuff. So you can say it focuses more on the front end stuff. But then there is stuff that concerns the back end and overall.
You become an incel, I mean, that begs the question. And, you know, just from my experience, like teaching pickup artistry and, you know, taking students out on boot camp for so many years, the biggest sticking point, as we call it in the POA community, is these guys are socially awkward. They've never learned to socialize. They never learned how to interact with the opposite sex. They have social anxiety, like some like really crippling social anxiety. I've had guys like come on boot camp and like literally like shaking, and I mean it's crazy. I'm like, dude, why are you shaking? You know, and just absolutely crippled with nervousness. And I could see just, okay, there's a deeper problem here. It's like you can't even make friends with dudes, much less talk to the opposite sex. So it's about, I mean, it's really paralyzing to see.
You know, and I think that's where what Matt Cross teaches and some of the, you know, dating coach stuff can be beneficial, you know, because there is this, you know, at least to some aspect for people who are dealing with these front end things, how do you talk to people and all that stuff? That is a positive thing that I think that they do and teach. The Jax Ali, Akash Singh represents the typical guy's mind state when it comes to women. Red pill is niche, and most so-called red pills in real life don't have experience with women. They are OnlyFans users. I think that's a tough pill to swallow. You know, at least maybe a lot of the audience and stuff like that. You know, it's funny too, because it's like, in one hand, I think some red pillars will make it seem like you need to have so much experience, you know, with women, or they'll claim these insane body counts, which to me is insane. Like, I either don't believe them, or I'm just like, if a guy's been with 100 women, he must have some serious baggage or issues, or like I just feel like you cannot do that and walk out of that unscathed, you know? So some of them are kind of BSing, and then you find out they're paying women to be with them, or, you know, doing a bunch of like stage garbage or something like that. But yeah, I could see like a lot of the audience or people who are like super into it, maybe just watching too much content, not doing enough, you know, outside, or they don't have a lot of experience. But, you know, I don't think you need to be with a ton of women or something to be able to say you have experience with women. Like, a few relationships, I think, would give you that. Maybe even one long one. I think Andrew Tate set us back 20 years, no lie. I mean, Yeah, I think the case could be made for that. But I do hear what you're saying, Jax, as far as it relates to Akash Singh. Like, he had no experience, and he wasn't a red pillar, but he kind of got chewed up and spit out badly. Men who want solutions and have experience are a small percentage. Very true. And what's crazy about Akash Singh, too, is that he's just trying his best to, like, come up with more excuses. Because if this thing ends for him, then he has to admit something about his worldview was just horribly wrong. Simping is just a PC way of stating the sneaky effort evolutionary trait. Kind of reminds me of those, like, octopus those, like, squids, where there's, like, some big ones and the small ones, and then the small one, like, pretends to be like a woman. Like, one of the squids changes colors to be like a feminist, basically, and then gets close enough while the guy is fighting some other guy to sleep with the woman. It's like some crazy stuff. It's like a real thing in nature. He's the go-to example of toxic masculinity. That feminist needs to continue their stupid campaign. All that jerk-off had to do was not exist or just keep it to himself. Well, he definitely is the scarecrow figure that they want. He's the boogeyman that the other side is blessed with in that sense. The government wasn't concerned that Andrew Tate was a bad role model for the young. Government hated Andrew Tate because they were afraid he would start a movement of young men to fight the system. I don't know about these guys, but I don't date because I can't. I don't want to. I think there's a lot of guys that are in that position, Orem. Old men are not a threat against the government, only military age and young voters. I don't think Andrew Tate would do anything but exist as a lightning rod. Men aren't fighting. Yeah, and that's where I say he's more of a symptom. Like, he only exists because of how bad, this is. But, I don't think he's the solution. It's more so just a symptom of a really bad problem. Men won't even tell women to be better people. You think they can fight the system? Oh, the sadness. I'm with you. I'm fully MGTOW monk. This is the way. For me, at least. It is peaceful and rewarding life for me. Luke, just reading that comment makes me feel better on the inside. Like, I just like, oh man, that does sound peaceful. I've actually noticed that women are getting upset about men that they do want not being interested in dating. Luke, what's crazy, man, is like I paused all my dating apps for like a week or 2 weeks or like a week and a half. And it felt very like peaceful. And I'm like, damn, And then my problem is like turning off the flirt. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I think I need to find the off ramp to like not be flirting all the time, because it's like, I'll just do it because I've done it so many times and I know how to do it and I know it's going to work, and I just keep pushing the boundaries or something with someone. And then like, you know what I mean? And then I'm like, the hell, I'll just go back on there for literally today. I went back on there and I was swiping. And then like, I was like, what the hell am I doing? And then I paused them again. But yeah, your comment made me feel more peaceful. I've actually noticed that women are getting upset about men that they do want not being interested in dating now. Well, then they better,
Your dowry.
they better figure something out. Incels are yesterday's news and not interesting solutions. Okay, let's just get back to what they're saying.
I mean, I would wonder if we live in a society where,
and some of them aren't bad looking. I have to say that. Some of them, I'm like surprised. Like, they're not bad looking. They're in decent shape. I'm like, you should have a bit more confidence. A little bit higher self-esteem.
Yeah, I think that everybody needs to develop some type of social skills. I mean, obviously, if you're going to do any type of business, you have to approach people just to make sales, things like that.
Right. That's a good point. Like, how do you cultivate confidence in a person? Let's say particularly men, without having to, date a bunch of women or something like that. The sales one I think is a good one. I was actually talking about that with Cesar Quintana once, but like a sales job could be good for that. Just talking to other people, having to figure something out, ask people stuff.
So that is definitely an important part of life. But I mean, imagine the anxiety that women would feel if women were the ones expected to approach men. I mean, obviously, a lot of things women aren't capable of because
I always, like, when you hear a woman talk about it, they feel so much like they're scared. And then women can't handle rejection that well at all. At least a lot of them, it seems that way.
They've never been expected to do those things. But
Yeah.
I think that, women would have more. I mean, a woman could go up to a man, and as long as she's attractive, I mean, she could be totally awkward, but it'll be seen as cute. For some reason, I don't know. It's like shyness is something a man cannot have, and I don't understand why. You know, being shy is a human quality, but it's like women have the privilege of being shy, men do not. We cannot be shy.
Oh, because
it's part of the culture. You know, I would say it's part of the culture. Or, you know, some will say it's biological. Some might say it's the cultural gynocentrism. But it's like, oh, the man has to be the pursuer or all this kind of thing. It's kind of strange to call it biological because then what you get is this high value man, and the high value man, you know, the women come up to him. You know, then the game flips. Well, it's like if the game flips. You know what I mean? That's interesting. I'm with you, Michael. I have 3 sons that I wish the world were a better place for them for their chances of legacy and family. Just not looking great. See, that must be tough in itself. You know, that's an interesting perspective to be as a parent, which, you know, I'm not, so I can't say I understand that. But I think as a parent, that probably leads you to not want to give up or to want to see something because you want it to be better, you know, for your kids.
We're just wired differently. So, I mean, I totally get that, you know?
Well, but that's the thing. It's like, I think that...
I would say that's like the biological sense.
You know, having anxiety is a human quality. I mean, obviously, I think, you know, people should try to overcome that because, you know...
And once you overcome it, like, I could just speak for myself, you know, like in the beginning, I was very nervous. And then it got to a point where it's like sometimes it'll get to the point where it's like you're not nervous at all and you're like, man, something's wrong. And then every now and then, if you're like, okay, you know what? I'm driving to this date and I actually feel a little nervous. That's good. That makes this fun. You know what I mean? So I don't know, you know, but once that is gone, then it's like, where's the off ramp to this? You know what I mean? You can't just keep doing this. You're looking for trouble, you know? I worry for my daughters. Ladies are on top now, culturally, but that will reverse. You know, I think what you're saying is very prescient there, or I think you're right about that.
New doors open when you're able to find, you know, self-confidence and be able to go after what you want. But I think, I don't know, I've asked this question. I said, why is it when women... being assertive, going after a career and what you want is a good quality, but not also in dating. Now, there's this narrative where it's like, okay, if a woman is assertive and she approaches and like that, then she's like this aggressive boss babe and like that. I don't necessarily think that has to be the case. I think that a woman can be capable without being a B word, you know what I mean?
Well, as far as like approaching guy?
Yeah, well, this is the other thing too. It's like a lot of dating coaches.
I think women can approach. They just have their own way of doing that.
Want to sculpt men into becoming the high value man that women chase.
Yeah,
so what's the problem with women approaching?
There we go. Yeah, we were mentioning that earlier. I love that he's asking Matt Cross this because Matt Cross is the pickup artist. So let's hear his answer.
Like, okay, so when it comes to women approaching, and you'll know this because you live in Vegas, but I mean, personally for me, like the few times it's happened, and then I have friends who are male models. It happens to them a lot more often, especially in LA. I've like seen like women like go right for my friend who's like 6'3", and you know he's on the cover of magazines and like laser. That does not happen to me. Like every once in a blue moon, and she's never like anybody I'd want as a girlfriend. But it's usually in a guy, like whenever a woman approaches you for a guy, it's usually a red flag. I mean, it's usually like, okay, what do you want from me? What are you trying to sell me? What are you trying to sell me? And like 80% of the time, 90% of the time, she is trying to sell you something. Like even here on the strip, like, and I'm sure it's happened to you, like just some good-looking women, some hot women, like, hey, where are you from? But and then you quickly realize she's a working girl, right?
Sure.
Tell me that doesn't happen on the strip.
You know, I'll tell you that too. There is something where you're just like, this is suspicious. Like, you know, can't be this easy. Something's wrong. Or like if it feels too easy, you're just like, no, this ain't good. This ain't good. I would argue that is already reversing. You know, I definitely think you're right in that sense, Orem. The pendulum will go the other way. Unfortunately, I think that Coverture and 19th thing are a pipe dream. I think winter is coming, and not just for the women. AI is going to turn everything upside down. Man, technology's always been the X factor. You know, I've always said that. I have kind of just avoided AI in my life, but seeing all the stuff you guys do with AI and some of the stuff I've been seeing on the internet, every day I'm like, AI is getting more powerful. 3 sons, man, you're such a MGTOW incel. Klaus, we love you, man. Obviously, a virgin siring of the 3 boys. We should start a oh no. Or I never claimed to be an incel. LOL. My sons are from before I went MGTOW monk. His sons were the result of Zeus making love with the zebra in fall. Okay. I know, I was just called incel for being MGTOW that often. I had to make the joke. I've had women approach me at the gym many times. It's women that like me and wanted me to approach, but I make them suffer and make them talk to me first. I like usernames game over here.
Yes, and there would be a red flag, and I see that point. But then where's the line between that and like a girl who's just like a concert groupie or something who just wants to throw herself at some guy because he's a musician, a Chad, you know what I mean? So where do you how do you reconcile the 2 archetypes there?
How do you reconcile it?
Well, like, you know what I mean? Because like, would you say that?
I like that he's asking that because I'm kind of thinking the same thing. It's like, if it's biological, well, okay, you can't say all. It's going to have to be a generality thing. Like, well, in general, men pursue women. Unless the guy is so high in status or something, then women finally get over their approach anxiety and just have to say something to him.
Girl approaches you and you're, a high status man. Yeah. Does that mean that she really likes you, or does that mean that she's trying to get something out of you? And
could be that.
I would feel that. I feel like she's kind of opportunistic. So I've noticed, like, since I got the Lamborghini, it has been a lot easier to meet women. So yeah, having the right car and like status. I go to car shows sometimes, and like women would be like, "Oh, I could feel."
I hope John asked, but what kind of women are those?
But then, but that's the thing though. Then what's the point of becoming high value if that's going to basically make you think that the women who are approaching you or chasing you or interested in you are all of a sudden they're full of red flags because they're seeing you as a target?
Yeah, I mean, I think women are just opportunistic to begin with, but. Yeah, especially when they see you and you have the lifestyle, you have money, you have a car, they have the Lamborghini. Obviously, they're more drawn to that, right? Because women want resources. Women want
okay, this is the hypergamous impulse.
Abundance. They don't want scarcity. They want abundance.
They want status. Yeah, they chase status.
But not just financially, but just like...
That's where you got to be like, where's your Lambo?
Your dowry. It's my right.
Do you have land?
In the relationship, she wants to be with a guy who has options, who has like... who's not living in scarcity. And I feel like that's where...
It's like, how... Okay, so she's attracted to him, resources, not living in scarcity. How is that woman going to lock a guy like that down? It's like a true high-status guy, let's say. How would you make Andrew Tate monogamous or somebody like that to take the monogamous deal? The only way is with the dowry.
Your dowry. It's my right.
The deal would have to be so good. It would just be irrational not to take it. You know what I mean? Someone could potentially make that offer to Matt, and Matt would be like, damn, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. I might be willing to put up with this.
A lot of guys fall short, especially in their relationships, especially in marriages. Once the woman realizes that she is his only option, that's where the attraction just flips. Even if she liked him, and she chased him initially, that's where the attraction flips. And all of a sudden he's chasing because he doesn't want to lose her. And that just makes things worse. And it just becomes a snowball effect because then she really realizes like, shoot, I'm his only option. He can't do it any better than me. And I'm not advocating you go out there like, go cheat or anything like that. But as long as she knows that you can go out there and replace her, I felt like, that's more powerful than anything. Because I was in a 4-year relationship, and that was her biggest fear. It was like, Matt's going to go out and replace me. And I didn't cheat on her.
See, it does still operate off the romantic ethos in that. The tough part is leveraging yourself into something long-term, Matt Cross seems like one of the few PUAs that aren't cringe. He actually sounds like a normal person and not a scammy salesman. Absolutely. That's what I was saying at the beginning. Like, he's the one PUA I make an exception for. And I like him because of when I found him, I was going through a tough time. So it's just, I don't know. Yeah, he just feels like a grounded, just a regular guy. I don't know. Not like he's not like a Wes Watson type, you know what I mean? Or like, I don't know. Does it seem like he's playing a character? I don't think so. It just seems like a normal guy. Well, I want to be with the girl with the Porsche. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But she felt like constantly like, oh wait, he picked me up. You know, he can replace me.
To be fair, though, do you feel like you see a little bit of that in reverse with men seeking attractive women who would also have options?
Men seeking attractive women with options, like
I mean, obviously, attractive women. You know, men want attractive women. Attractive women are probably going to have options too.
Well, as the beginning, like, you know, back in like the Red Pill subreddit days, you know, they're concerned about being an orbiter. You know what I mean? Like, when I look at this, the high value proposition is really just, you can say, is born out of the resentment that the beta felt in his early days. And it's not about fixing the game. It's just about switching the game around. You know what I mean? Because what I remember, you know, you'd see posts and they'd try to break it down back then. This is the praxeology, Red Pill subreddit. And it's about, you know, not being one of the 5 orbiters for the women, you know, whatever the hell it was, and not seeming too desperate and being aloof, or, you know, the dread game or whatever the hell it was, you know. And then it's just about, it's all about emulating that woman that they had the resentment for. Now they're the high value man, and the women are orbiting around them, and they're the ones giving the shit tests. You know what I'm saying? It's not that different.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, even
I mean,
cute, like, chunky girls have options these days,
well,
which
yes,
is insane.
of course. But that's the thing is, like I said, and so, but that's the thing is the fact that average women still have options. So women have the privilege of being more picky, and I think that because of hypergamy, women are able to.
I will say they have options in short-term dating. They can find a guy who's gonna give it to them that night. But where their trouble starts is when marriage comes in. And, you know, I believe both men and women want marriage. You know, there's this difference between short-term engagements and something long-term. And people want both of those at, you know, some points in their life, at least. Some of the goody two-shoes out here might say, I've only wanted the long-term option. But okay, whatever. Congratulations to you. But those women, those average women that have options, just have being, you know, like getting some D options. But when it comes to marriage, that's when it starts to be really hard. And then they start to go through their pain as well. So there's a difference between, you know, what these options really are and what they become.
Expect more out of men than men
and that's
can expect
where
out of women.
You know, that's where the trapping starts to happen and all these other strategies.
And so I would like to see some type of way to kind of just restore some balance. I think everything is so skewed and lopsided right now that men are just kind of stuck, you know, settling for an unfair deal. And so I think that that, you know, we can keep telling men to just level up. But I mean, it's just, at what point are you overpaying? It's just, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, we're completely overpaying now, but I already felt like we were kind of overpaying even as far back as like the 90s and early 2000s. But let me ask you this, how do we restore balance to the force? How do we fix this? What are your solutions for this? Because I know you and Pearl discussed this. I didn't agree with all of it, but, you know.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Like I said, I mean, you know, people can challenge me on stuff, but I'm just...
This is the tough question right here, but let's listen.
This should be an exchange of ideas, and we're all just trying to figure things out.
Sure.
I would like to see more people trying to debate these solutions, but I've talked about this on Pearl. I think that prostitution should be legal. I think that would help alleviate some of the hoflation, because I believe that sex is kind of the ultimate power. That is women's, you know, beauty is women's agency, sexuality is their, you know, is their power. And I think that if it was properly regulated and it was, you know, cheap and accessible, I think it would kind of, you know, restore some balance there, because I think what's happening is, you know, I think that there has to be some type of competition for women. Right. Because right now they basically just have this exclusive monopoly. And like I said,
I think that only happens on the back end with marriage. Like the biggest issues are short-term front end stuff, especially with guys. And this is where a lot of people want to be that high value, and they want to sleep with a bunch of people and feel like they're the kid in the candy store and take out their resentment against the women who are able to do this or whatever the hell. But the back end for setting some of this right comes in when it's about negotiating marriage. Because that's where now they have to come to the table, and where men can flip the script on them. I think so.
It's like when you have a monopoly in any other business or any kind of a commodity, when it comes to the business world, we have these antitrust laws to break up those monopolies. And I think that, look, I did an interview with...
Wait, before you go there, I don't want to get too far away from the legalized prostitution, because I know you guys brought that up with Pearl and everything, and
sure.
That's the thing that I kind of disagreed with, because I'm like, having coached guys and for so many years now, right? And having taken guys out to do actual pickup and learning their stories, and I always like to get to know the person, like, where are you coming from? Even guys who find my channel, I'm like, they're usually coming from a really bad breakup, really messy divorce, and I'm like, okay, what are you looking for now? And they want to meet another woman, and then they tell me. When I listen to these guys, even like guys who are high status, who can get girls easily, even they. Like, sex is the last thing. Like, the first things they mention are she has to be kind, generous, like sweet, nurturing, all of the above, feminine. Never are they like, she has to give a mean blowjob. She has to friggin', do me dirty.
Men definitely can't say those things out loud without, becoming vilified in the first place. But yes, that would be incredibly... I don't even know what the word for it is. It wouldn't be respectable.
So that's like the last thing.
But sex is a priority to these guys. A lot of guys, want to get laid, right?
I think love and companionship, from what I found, is surprisingly that's
okay.
That's
so let me ask you.
That's what they're looking for.
So do you think most men are looking for long-term or short-term options? Because I think
okay, beautiful. I love that he asked that. This is all part of the interview I haven't seen, by the way. So this is fun.
Pill.
I think long-term.
Well, this is the problem. I don't think that the red pill has a solution for long-term options. I think their solution focuses more on short-term gains, because it's like increase your value, increase your status, so you can. It's all about building attraction, gain the attraction of the women. But when you're talking about any kind of
long-term leveraging into the situation. Now, I think what Matt's gonna say is, well, you can use pickup, and basically you can kind of constantly be gaming your long-term girlfriend or your wife or whatever. And like, that's kind of like maybe someone like Rolla would mention something like that, in the sense of, use dread game. You know what I mean? Something like that, pass the shit test. And then if you do that, that's going to keep everything going for a long time. And should solve your problem. And that is the red pill solution to this whole thing. So if you're just red pilled, then it should keep the marriage together for as long as you want to keep it together. I think, hopefully I'm not mischaracterizing that. We're definitely going to hear Matt's opinion on that, sounds like, but let's go.
Long-term.
But those are long-term traits that will help you in life, and, and not just dating, but everything else, like business.
Well, sure.
They will, but I think the question is when it comes to the long-term proposition, which is typically marriage, that requires a leveraging of what the man has into this commitment. Okay? How do you do that in a way that's not having the sort of Damocles over your head, especially with current family law? I'm saying it needs to be more like the old school dowry system, where the woman brings in some kind of material contribution, especially at the beginning. But if it's just you doing that, you're engaging in a hypergamous deal, because the woman, she doesn't have as much as you do, or much, because a lot of these guys will say, they want submissive, feminine, they don't want the boss babe, okay, whatever. How do you make that situation something where you as the guy feel safe in that? I think most of the red pill answers relies on game and being able to continue to game the woman. Dread game, passing the shit test, you know what I'm saying? Not being too beta, don't slip into blue pill thinking, masculine frame. This is something that Coach makes fun of, because I don't think, can a guy conceivably do that for the long term?
Building more confidence and, obviously being more successful, things like that. But, I think that when it comes to looking for a long-term solution, I think that as long as the laws are the way they are, it's just really not a safe bet for men to invest long-term in these women. I'm glad
he used the word safe. Yeah, I like to use the word leveraging into it, because what the woman's trying to do, at least, this hypergamous deal woman, is to the more modern situation, is to lock down the guy and get him to invest long-term into her. So there's a leveraging of assets, typically through the marriage contract. And you know, this is where you then get the nightmare stories about divorce and all these kinds of things. Okay. The red pillars are selling that if you pass the shit test, you have the game, you know about female nature, you understand women's hypergamy, that you're going to be able to be the matador in your own marriage, you know, for the long term. And so long as you keep doing that, then it should be okay. You know, I think there's plenty who would disagree with that and say that that just isn't tenable over the long term. Even Coach Greg Adams would sometimes make fun of the whole masculine frame. You know, I can hear him now saying that. And I tend to think that too, because at a certain point, you know, as a guy living in your household, in your family, like how long can you do that for? But I don't know. Let's see.
Because I think that it's just, you know, they get married and then all of a sudden, you know, 5-10 years down the road, it's not, they're not happy, and then all of a sudden they want to pull the ripcord.
Yeah, that's the Coach Greg Adams. I'm not happy.
So what's the solution? I mean, we all, you know, we look for a long-term partnership, and then all of a sudden we get covenant marriage, and we don't actually sign, you know, the state contract. Is that basically?
Okay, so he's asking about the marriage question.
What the solution is, because I don't even know if the church will even allow. I mean, do you see a big rise in covenant marriages where men are not actually like, you know, signing any paperwork? And not only that, but I've interviewed women on the street and I said, would you get married if it was just a religious ceremony with no government paperwork? And a lot of women are just like, absolutely not, I'm out.
Yeah, because they want the money and they want
the certified hypergamous deal to happen. This is why I say, you know, hypergamy in the strict sense is about the actual marriage, you know, becoming one entity in the eyes of the state or the community or whatever it is, truly speaking.
They want the security. They want the contract. They want the contract and the security. So I just don't see the solution in that. Not only that.
You know what? Let me put a poll up. Has the red pill provided an adequate long-term solution? I'll just do yes or no, just to keep it simple. Simple. Hey, the Happy Bachelor. Shout out to you, Happy Bachelor. Hey, fellas, I'm late to the show, but good to be here. Hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Philip, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. Happy late Thanksgiving to you. I had a pretty good I have a love-hate relationship with Thanksgiving, man, because it's like every year, you know, it's like I get invited to a couple things, and I'm trying my best to make it. It just involves overeating, and now I was, of course, a willing participant in all of this. But yeah, I mean, it was a good Thanksgiving. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife at the end of the day. Well, that's the other thing. Then they'll say, you know, you got to find this unicorn of a woman with the low body count or no body count or whatever. And it's like, if you're going to do that, then, well, that's going to be a tall order. You can't matador a hoe. I love the matador metaphor, by the way. I'm telling you, I wish I could show you this video I saw, but I just can't play it on YouTube. But it's just, every time I see it, I'm like, there's the red pill guy spinning plates. You can't matador a hoe into a decent woman who wants to raise your kids and be faithful. It has to be a societal change. Very true. Regarding family law, 50-50 custody ever existed in history? Never existed in history. Judges know that it won't work. That is why they always give primary custody to one party. That is why family law will favor women, or must favor women. I don't think the red pill is ever really about solutions. Maybe some aspects. I think it's more just about recognizing reality. That's the overall praxeology. Whatever the hell, you know, perspective. I guess if I would reword the question, I would say, have red pill creators provided a long-term solution? You know what? Let me read. I mean, so far 100% have said no. Just for that technicality there, let me have any red pill solutions creators provided an adequate long-term solution. And I specifically, you know, like that includes family creation. That is the only long-term solution. I don't care about having a girlfriend I don't care about having a live-in girlfriend that just, you know, is in your house and you know, smash every now and then, and she cooks cookies for you or brings you a cup of tea. All of those sound nice, but I mean the actual leveraged family creation. Okay. Because you could have a low leverage relationship where you're just with some chick and, you know, she's there and yeah, stuff's cool. You guys go out on dates on the weekend. It's nice. Yeah, and I question the long-term red pill solution. For example, even Rolo was on TRT and whatnot, just to keep up with being the alpha and whatnot. I wouldn't want to do that for sure. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. I'm good off that. Red pill is like Matrix. It just shows there is a problem. It was never designed to provide a solution. That is why we have the gold pill. Wow, thank you, Michael. And the silver pill. And I am working out 3 times a week. Go 3 times a week running to keep my fitness. I would argue that Paul Elam has talked about solutions. You know, I think you're right about that. And I would say with him, it mostly revolves around not coming to a relationship. Well, I can't say mostly, but I would say as far as solutions goes, at least some of the talks I've heard, it's about not engaging with with women under the umbrella of the romantic ethos. That's like number one. If you think you can do that, then you stand a better chance of, you know, making something work. I'm not sure there is such a thing as a long-term solution. Society's dynamic and changes. It's a good point. I like your thought process, Orem. Too many pills. Going to overdose on all these pills. I know. Oh my God. It's a pharmaceutical laboratory over here. All right, I'll leave that going for a bit.
But also, even when we talk about the passport bros, we say, okay, go to another country, find a good, feminine, submissive, traditional woman to be a wife, but don't bring her back here. Why? Because of the laws. So once again, I mean, the laws are always going to be that Achilles heel.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we need to fix the laws, but again, like not to veer off track because I want to talk about the prostitution thing because I know you're a big advocate of that, and we talked about that the last time we met up. We were at the Center Bar at Mirage.
Yes.
Man, R.I.P. Mirage. I love that casino. Why do I have to tear down the Mirage? Why didn't they go tear down the?
It's going to be a hard rock now. We're going to have another hard rock
or something.
What do we have? Like 3 hard rocks now? 4 hard rocks?
That discussion on prostitution will be interesting. Again, I haven't watched this part of the interview, but I remember John mentioned that, you know, and that's an interesting thing he discusses. It's an interesting to think about because that's something that's existed sort of alongside civilization, probably as far back as it goes. I would say the difference now is that prostitution used to have its own lane. You know, like if someone was a prostitute, they were a certified prostitute. It's like, here's the brothel. You know what I mean? And whatever. It was not illegal, I guess. Maybe in some places over time, it's probably gone back and forth. But what we have now is we have prostitution slowly mixed in with like everything else. You know, like it's on a spectrum now. I think Coach he talks something about dating on a spectrum. But there's all this 1 foot in, 1 foot out kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like one day she's a prostitute. The next day she wants to be a wife and looked after, or she's traditional, whatever the hell it is. If prostitution was legal, it might provide a lane, you know what I mean, for some of these people to be in, so they're not muddying up the waters in the other lane, which, you know, ideally would be marriage, and people who are focused on, like, prostitution is the extreme of the short-term deal. And then the extreme of the long-term is marriage, you can say. And in between that is like all the facets of dating. You know what I mean? And instead, like, we don't have these defined ends. We have everybody with 1 foot in and 1 foot out, you know? So I'm interested to see where their conversation's going to go with that. That's actually really interesting. Let me just end the poll for now. 75% say no, 25% say yes on if red pill creators have given an adequate long-term solution. That's pretty interesting. Brute Man, shout out Brute Man 1986. Being an alpha male constantly and keeping frame all the time sounds exhausting and not possible 100% of the time. Dude, yeah, I 100% agree with that. I can't come home after a long ass day at work and like not be able to like, I don't know, just unwind for a bit. Like I'm not gonna be able to pull that off 100% of the time. And it's like, oh, the one time you don't, I lost attraction to him. You know, somebody passed away in his family and I saw him cry, and then now I'm not sexually attracted to him anymore. Like, that's what you're dealing with out there. You know what I mean? Like, no, man, I can't sit here and live, like that. Paul Elam interviewed me recently, and he does ask for solutions from everyone he interviews. My response was not appropriate for YouTube. Was that recently? I think I've seen one like a year ago on the Substack. Unless you guys did it again, I'll have to watch that one. I'll have to check Paul's Substack. Especially at my age, health issues can't be avoided. You're going to lose frame pretty fast without being able to do anything about it. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's like women chasing the bad boy and wanting, that sort of guy is what, if you're going to be that guy, you're going to, I would say definitely attract somebody like that. If you're going off the romantic ethos, that's why they got to have skin in the game. Your response would be interesting more than the short bits you give us. I created an image of you in your woman's portion, the AI channel. Oh, let's pull that. I want to see Klaus. I don't know is Klaus that age? I think he's a little younger, but I do like this. That's a beautiful Porsche. Is that a GT3 RS? Wow. Oh, well, it's in Germany, so it's probably the opposite side, but that's okay. We can mirror the image. Hey, Klaus, I gotta ask you, is this relationship like the smoothest relationship you've ever been in? Like, it sounds like the gold pill relationship is kind of nice, huh? All right, let's move in.
Yeah, but yeah, they're building that guitar out there and everything.
Yeah, so.
But okay, like say your solution is legalize prostitution.
I say a solution, not the solution.
Not the, but
yeah,
okay, A. So let's clarify that.
Okay.
But again, like, okay, just based on my own experience coaching guys in the real world, I know, like, I've never had not a single one go, you know what, all I'm looking for is just sex. I just want to bang the world, and I mean, I'm sure they're out there, but
I think what Matt's getting at is, when it comes to this, especially when it comes to this rush that you get from dating, it's not just sex. It's also the pursuit. There's like this ego. There's this ego component to it, if we're being honest. And it's like you made this happen, you know what I mean? You hollered at the chick or whatever, and she liked you back, and you got her, and then you smashed or whatever, and it was tight. Prostitution wouldn't give you that, right? Like, it's you pay for it, and I don't know, maybe there's some good ones out there or something that can make you feel like $1 million. There is that excerpt from Malcolm X's book where he was in a brothel or knew some of the brothel women for a time. And I can't remember, but there was a part in there talking about how, like, the best prostitutes really understand how to stroke a man's ego, as weird as that sounds. But when it comes to what the men are looking for, they want to feel like that guy. And there's this sense of validation. I hate to use that word, but I think it's true. And where just going in and being a John probably isn't going to help you. Coach makes fun of this exact thing. He'll usually say, "I want her soul, coach." And that's what I think he's getting at when he talks about that.
I don't attract those type of guys. The guys who come to me are usually looking to use the material to try to find a woman, meet a good woman, and have a long-term relationship. Okay. And granted, a lot of them have, obviously not all of them have, but a lot of them have. So when it comes...
I will say, I think Matt's teachings can help people find longer-term relationships. Like, for sure, in the sense of getting a girlfriend, and it's not just about short-term hookups.
To the prostitute.
Real quick, that's hilarious, but I gotta say my woman is 45 and I'm 60 in a few days. Hey, happy early birthday to you, by the way.
Prostitution here, not all of them have a relationship. Okay. And granted, a lot of them have, obviously not all of them have, but a lot of them have. So when it comes to the prostitution here thing, and I think I mentioned this to you before, is I feel like if it was legalized everywhere, it wouldn't really make much of a dent in the problem, because I feel like the guys who go to prostitutes and who pay for sex, have that transactional relationship with prostitutes. Those type of guys are going to be the type of guys. There's just going to be more of those type of guys, which are generally like the lower value males.
See, I don't know if it's just the. Let me tell you something. I don't know if it's just the lower value males, because there's a lot of like rich business guys that do that continuously. I mean, I've seen this like before too. You know what I mean? Some of these rich guys will have wives at home, and then they'll go do this on their business trips. I've seen stuff like this. You know, not in the. You know what I'm saying? But so, I mean, is it just low value males? I don't think so. But maybe you can say in terms of, I guess it depends how you classify that. But I don't know. I think some guys are just sex addicts. You know what I'm saying? And they have a lot of money and they got a yacht and they even got a wife at home, but they just keep doing this. I kind of look at the sugar baby thing like this myself. Some might say, oh, the sugar baby thing isn't actually prostitution. I'm going to say it's prostitution with extra steps. That's my opinion. I know some people would disagree, but yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know, maybe it's not the outright kind, but it's prostitution with the layer of frosting on it. So how about that? NBA players all pay for box. Yeah, I think you're probably right about that, honestly. I think I have heard about that. The relationship is kind of relaxed. We had some rough spots at the start, but we openly discussed what we want out of it and found a solid basis that works for both of us. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. I can't wait to see more pictures of Klaus in the Porsche with his girlfriend. Man, it sounds like you're big chillin', dude. I like that. Shah needs to start a gold pill mentorship. $9.99 a month membership includes, and lots of cigars. Man, I had a possible cigar overdose. Like, I think I almost had a tobacco overdose on Thursday night. And I'm not even joking about that. But I feel better now. Yes, the cigars will be there. Sugar babies are 100% prostitute. Yeah. See, I agree with that. I think so. And that's the rich guy prostitute, I guess, right? So, you know.
And guys who really don't want to work on themselves, don't want to have to put in the work, don't want to have to learn social skills, and it's just like an easy fix, almost like, okay, I want sex, I'm just going to go credit card and pay for it. Whereas, and it's unrewarding. I feel like a lot of guys want to actually go do the work, build their lives up, become high value men, build a business, make more income, get jacked, get ripped, get it, you know.
Okay, let me think of a metaphor. Like, if you actually went out there with the bow and arrow and you stalked a deer for like a while, God, I mean, that'd be hard to do. But let's say you came up on a deer and you got your 55-pound, bow, not even a compound bow, because you're just all about the challenge. You know what I'm saying? And you pull back on that thing and you fire it and your broadhead goes in there and takes down that deer. You probably get the craziest rush, and the meat's all organic and good too. And then there's like going to a restaurant and paying, for like a steak dinner. You know what I'm saying? It just depends. Some guy's going to be like, listen, man, I'm making way too much money. I'm way too busy. I can't go out here and hunt for my food right now. Some people are going to be like, I'm way too busy and I make a lot of money, but I love the rush that I get from hunting my food and field dressing it out there and then throwing it in the back of my pickup and then asking my local butcher to cut it into pieces for me and then putting it all in the freezer. Whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like some of these guys, like these NBA players, they might be looking at Shannon Sharp at this point and saying, I'll just pay for it up front. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of different situations where this all plays in. Sugar baby thing is 100% prostitution. Maybe 50% prostitution, but the remaining half is no less than being an escort at least. Now, I think it's 100% prostitution. If there's money being exchanged for sexual favors, like it may as well be. With women, you always pay, if not directly, indirectly. Date, shopping, gifts are mostly time on the phone, text, etc. I'd say with sugar babies, you probably save a little bit on the time part there. I'll say that. very wealthy men pay for box on the regular. Convenience and discretion is key. Yeah, I think that's what it is, and it's, you know, they're probably are married already. You know, so you can call them a courtesan or a mistress or whatever, but they're a concubine. But they're you know, they're paying. I mean, and you know, these sugar babies are seeing other guys too. You know, let's just be honest. They like to redefine words. They also call themselves content creators. Yeah, sugar baby equals prostitute. They're all sex workers. That's a good way to put it. If you think about it, we did sort of a negotiation like traditional, just without the marriage. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, you guys had an upfront discussion, which I appreciate that.
Look smacks, as they say in, I think, the black belt, like look smacks, and then try to get the best girl they can. And it is more rewarding, you know, and this is why I always tell my channel, like, I hate dating apps. I don't like the idea of that, because it's always more rewarding to walk up to a girl, like here in Vegas, in a casino, for example, start talking to her. Next thing you know, you're on a date together. Next thing you know, you're kissing, you're making out. Next thing you know,
I know exactly what he's talking about, except the Vegas part. But there's a rush from that. There's a rush from that, and it feels really good, but it doesn't last. You know what I mean? And the question is where is the off-ramp to this? Because there really should be an off-ramp, and men should take the off-ramp before it's too late. You know, before you as the matador makes one wrong move and one of the other bulls in the rings gets you from the back. You know what I mean? So yes, there's a rush and it feels good, and then bam, you're doing this. And you know, I once had a buddy explain it to me like, hey, you know what's better than $1 million? Another pile of $1 million, and then another $1 million over here. You know what I mean? It's like one business owner, you got one really good business, then you want to make a second really good business, then a third really good business, you know. And like with women, it can be like that too for some guys, but it can get addicting and it can get dangerous. And for short-term gratification, I think that's fine, but for long-term, you know, that's high risk. Unfortunately, they gone and messed marriage up. It made that high risk too. So that's really what's screwing up everything. I think when Cross says low value, he means like out of shape with money. Yeah, I think I see what you're coming from. Or guys whose only choice is to pay. Yeah, that's fair. Not like high value in the true alpha bro. Now, I know, you know, I think Username mentioned the NBA players and stuff like that, but I think I know what you mean. The off-ramp is when the matador loses. The off-ramp gets you out of the ring. Other than that, you're saying the off-ramp is the stretcher, like when they got to wheel you out of there, if you're alive, hopefully. God help us. I need to find some good pictures of a matador. I have some. I have one that I screenshotted because I was trying to find it. But the video I can't show. The video I cannot show. Oh my God. Yeah, here it is. You know what? I'm going to send a couple of these to myself. And then I'm going to show it to you guys. You know what? I can actually show you this one. This is just stills of it. This is just stills. I saw this on Reddit today. Or was it? It was yesterday, actually. Actual size. Yes, use mail drop. Okay, come on, work faster. All right, hold on a second. The matador's incoming, right? I'm going to show you guys the matador. Whoop. The off-ramp is when you're getting rinsed in divorce court. The off-ramp is supposed to help prevent that. Ideally. Yeah, I mean, because if you don't take the off-ramp, then the crash happens, you know? Ah, dang it. Of course, I had to send it full size on the pictures. Send faster. All right, you know what? I'll let the interview play while we're waiting.
She's your girl. She's your girlfriend. Rather than, like, you know, getting one of these escorts who you can easily call here and be like, can you give me some company? So it's not, and it's not only that, but it's also, when it comes to like prostitution, wouldn't you think it would demoralize like society, men, humanity, women, and our STD rate would explode. I think like there'd be like loads of STDs.
Well, okay, I've addressed a lot of these issues I've made like at least 4 or 5 episodes about this, and I keep exploring these topics. But definitely on what you're saying, I absolutely agree. It's not the ideal situation, but just like everything else I keep saying, I believe it's just another gynocentric cope. I think that
that would be a cope, right?
Of course, it's a cope.
Okay.
Prostitution is a cope because I think that
it's like going to a strip club. It's a cope.
Well, of course, because ideally.
It's like putting some anesthetic on the pain, I guess you can say. Like, I don't know. You know, the ironic thing is like prostitution is already available for the guys at the top, like everything else. You know what I mean? It's just what doesn't exist is like, you know, your corner brothel. There is the JUCO, you know, you could say that, which is probably a little bit more of a premium deal. In some ways, but there is something to say about legalizing it. Legalizing it, I think, admits something about the culture that we have. You know, actually, when I was in Vegas with John, we were walking up and down the strip and we were interviewing some folks, and we met this German couple as a boyfriend and girlfriend, and they were just tourists from Germany, and John asked them about that, and the German people were like, "Oh yeah, it absolutely is necessary because it stops," like they were saying it's better because it stops sexual violence in the society, in the sense of some guys who can't get it can at least go somewhere. And it was interesting to kind of hear them say that matter-of-factly. I didn't expect them to say that. But you know, he did.
Men would like, I mean, it's like OnlyFans is a cope. Those men who are watching OnlyFans would rather be having a
porn is cope.
They'd rather be living that lifestyle. They'd rather be making their own OnlyFans with, you know, their favorite creator instead of actually like watching it. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you're watching OnlyFans, it's kind of like being a cuck. You know what I mean? You're watching some other guy. You know?
Yeah, from a third person,
another woman, as opposed to, I don't know. I think that ideally, you would like to find a woman and attract her genuinely and have, you know, intimacy and have a relationship and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that
that's still possible. I mean, it is still possible.
Yes, but here's my question: If men could get sex anytime they wanted, would there be any reason to be with a woman other than love?
If men could get sex anytime they wanted,
would there be any reason to be with a woman other than love?
I still think that men would just naturally gravitate towards finding somebody that they can build something with long term and build a family and like have a house and all that.
Because I think even in Japan, I think they even have like women who are wives who say, okay, you know, my husband can go to a prostitute, but don't tell me about it. And it's actually kept some marriages together.
Well, you know, they make that argument that, you know, the nudie videos keeps more marriages together than it destroys. Tradcons do not like that. They do not like that. Real quick, let me show you guys the Matador. This is what spinning plates looks like. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me just get all the pictures up. All right, beautiful. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I got like 5 screenshots that I'm just trying to order here. Okay. 2 more. Oh my God. I can't get this like out of my mind. Like it's just so relevant. Okay. All right, guys. Here's the red pill guys spinning plates right here. Okay. Everything's going good. All right, yeah, he's going good. He knows what he's doing. Hell yeah, man. Time to spin plates, man. All right, look at it. Look at this badass. He just successfully evaded one of these things. Uh-oh. Here comes the second plate. Here comes another plate while he just got done with the other plate. You know what I'm saying? Oh no. That's your red pill guy spinning plates right there, man. Just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before before you get snuck up on like that. And then that's the red pill guy right there. After that false accusation comes in, or that pregnancy comes in, or whatever the hell it happens to be, you know. He was like, hell yeah, look at me, man. Look at all these chicks I'm getting. This is me throwing game at them, man. I'm hella alpha. Look how cool I look. Look how cool I look after family court gets me. That right there. See, the longer you're in the fast lane, I'm telling you. See, what happened was as he was focused on this one, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was running game on her. And then, like, he was like, hell yeah, no, I got this. Let me use my red pill skills to, like, just throw this bull off somewhere. He was like, look how badass I am. And then this other one came. He forgot about her. You know what I'm saying? She came in with the baby trap. Now he's in the fetal position. Oh, shit, my bad. This was an old thumbnail my graphic designer made for me to get some views. Anyways, here we go. All right, guys. Yeah, so, yeah, just keep gaming, man. Just keep gaming. All right.
So it's just one of those things where I think that men should be able to have the option to have something rather than nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's because, like, men in general, we like variety, right? I mean, we just...
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But, well, that's the other thing, too. I think that's another version of male hypergamy. I think that men, you know...
I think women like variety, too. I mean, their behaviors certainly seem to match up with that.
Would like to have the younger, hotter chick. I mean, look at Leonardo DiCaprio. Whenever his girlfriend turns 25, he goes for a younger, hotter chick. Why? Because he can. But right now, only the high-status men can exercise their hypergamy.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
True.
But I think that another version of male hypergamy is men wanting multiple women, because the most powerful high-status men throughout history have had harems of women.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, you know, we sit here and we say, well, you know, women can't change because of their female nature, but then why are we trying to change men? Aren't men hardwired to be a certain way?
Yeah, it stands to reason. If one are...
No, yeah, we are. I mean...
So it doesn't make sense to me.
So men are held to a standard and women aren't. Like, that's crazy. I'll have to pull up, Luke, I'll have to pull up the Klaus picture. Constitution doesn't do anything. Experiment was run in more than one country. The only reason it would get legalized in a Western country is to provide worker rights and privileges to the workers. Yeah, it'd have to be like some feminist reason. And he is not even wrong. Today, your corn is online streaming at a screen. Back in the day, it was the local actual brothel. That's true. Man, this is crazy. You even got the beard right in the top picture. I gotta pull this up. He got him brutal. Yeah. The Matador failed to game the judge. Exactly. Oh, I'm trying to see what Klaus looks like. There we go. There's Klaus, this girlfriend. Heck yeah, man. Beautiful day in Germany over there, I tell you. Beautiful day. German butter is some of my favorite. Not helping my cholesterol. This is what I've been saying for a long time. Men are held to account against evolutionary biology. Women are not. They are given excuse. Exactly, which is the crazy part.
It's like, I think that it's completely delusional to sit here and say that we just have to accept the way things are when it's all just a product of the culture and the laws. It's just so skewed one way, and we need to have some checks and balances to restore the sexual marketplace where it makes sense and men aren't forced to overpay.
I think men fundamentally changing their mindset on marriage and when to enter a marriage, given the laws, I think is the best thing we can do, at least to try to fix that. This whole thing we got going on now where it's just like, you're the matador, and then you get married for a little bit, then everybody gets divorced, then you're back in the matador ring. It's just crazy. Matador went from red pill to morphine pill at the emergency room. Yeah, exactly. That's what I see when I hear people spinning plates. It's just like, give it time, man. Just give it time. You know. Yeah, you know, you can have some really good matadors out there. You can have some real legends out there too. But how long are you going to pull that off before something goes wrong, man?
And like I said, if it was the other way, then women would be the ones who are overpaying because they'd have to. And there's evidence of them having to overpay because they did. They had to go to, you know, finishing school and etiquette training when men had the leverage. So I think that prostitution, going back to that argument, would give men some leverage because women wouldn't be able to just sit here and say, well, you know, sex is all I bring to the table. Right now, what we have now is worse than prostitution because men are paying for the opportunity to maybe get sex. And I think that if we just could kind of like, you know, nix that out of the equation, women will be forced to bring more to the table. And that's kind of what we want from them. We want them to, you know, be better partners. And like I said, I think women can just be spoiled and lazy because men are so starved for intimacy that women can just rely on that. And that's,
you know, he's making a lot of good points. I can see, you know, where he's coming from on that. A lot of, you know, obviously it's one thing, it's one tool. The other part though is that, you know, we also live in this welfare state, gynocentric welfare state, which just enables a lot of the worst behavior. Like if that wasn't there, you know, and then you're looking at being homeless or something or whatever, having to work at the brothel, God forbid. The way people would look at marriage, I just think it would be a lot more highly valued, you know? And unfortunately, with the state kind of being involved and giving all these just wealth transfers through, you know, social programs, it's changed the value of marriage in that sense, I would say. But I still think it's something people want. I still think people want that. But you know what I mean? So it's like, I think there's a way it can be bargained for differently. Prostitution does not solve anything. We have legal prostitution in New Zealand. Intimacy and prostitution is not the same. Yes, I would agree with that. It is not the same. Those are two different things. Yeah, I mean, there's the ego is looking for something also. And this is what romantic love in a way kind of promises, right? Like, you know, Akash Singh is in love with the narcissist. And the narcissist makes you feel like you're the greatest man in the world. That they're such selfish people, but when they concentrate all that onto you, they blow up your ego so big. And then that you become like, you can't even see straight. And it's like the craziest high. And that's what happened with Akash. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he fell into the romantic ethos, and this romantic ethos is supposed to promise some kind of true intimacy, but it's also like a drug. And the hard part, I guess, about being human is finding a way to put all these things in their proper places at the proper dose. Unfortunately, we are a society full of addicts, whether it be sex addicts or romance addicts, just all over the place. And it's all co-opted and exploited by social media. We live in a world where our biology is constantly exploited by technology. This is pure cope. What they're talking about right now was covered in coverture laws, like Michael Sand has been stumping on for a while. The welfare state eventually defeats itself through rent sinking. Well, the welfare state needs to be financed, so, you know, when it can't be financed anymore. Angry Casper 100, same over here in Germany, and Matt delivered the reason for that earlier when he disclosed that most men are looking for good companionship. You won't get that from a prostitute. Very true. I guess, you know, to be charitable to John, I think what he's saying is that men do want companionship, but if men weren't maybe blinded by seeking sex because they can't get it anywhere else, if they were able to, then they'd be able to properly seek out a relationship for true companionship, other than falling into a bad deal because they have no other choice, because they'll have to bend over backwards to get it. I think that's what John is saying. But I hear what you're saying, Klaus.
They're only bargaining chip.
Okay, yeah, and I agree with you. All right, I agree with you.
Real quick, the Jax Ali says, I lived in Europe. It's way worse here in America compared to New Zealand. They have a higher marriage rate than America. Interesting. And New Zealand, I think you mentioned that earlier. Someone else mentioned that, is where prostitution's legal. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, listen, man, I mean, we can't say because we don't live in a society where it is legal. I mean, most people don't want to look over their shoulder and worry about getting arrested for that kind of thing. You know, there's all kinds of dangers associated with that. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe in a place where it is legal, it maybe has some noticeable effects. I mean, We can't say because we live here, but, you know, that's cool that you've lived in different places. Europeans have no idea. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So, I mean, if it's considerably worse in the U.S. compared to those places where it's legal, I think that says something.
But
I can't remember if it's legal in Canada or not. I think it might be. Canada seemed okay. I'm sure it's a little bit like this, but I think the U.S., like, we're winning. We're winning in terms of losing in this. Like, it's bad out here.
I think at this point in time, we're beyond the laws. Culture needs to shift. And this is why,
Paul Elam and Peter Wright would agree with them.
I think I mentioned this to you the last time we did our interview. We did our stream interview. And then I kind of got clipped for it. I talked about AI girlfriends, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I felt like I got clipped for it because I did say somewhere towards the end of that, like, I would never do it personally because to me, I feel like it's like super creepy and like borderline satanic, right? I mean, it's weird. I would not want to jump into a bed with a mechanical bot, but I get some guys. I mean, even if it looks super realistic, feels realistic, I'm like, I would feel creeped out. However, I did bring that up on your channel. I said because I'm a realist, right? Even though I would never do it myself, I'm a realist, and I was like, I really believe the shift is going to happen, and it's already happening where they do have, we have like very, very early stages of AI girlfriends on like there's certain apps you can download and whatnot, but they're already building these robots in Japan.
I do agree with Matt. It does seem very weird, but it's probably going to be one of those things where like in 5 years, the technology is really good. But just knowing that it's like not real, I think is a little strange. It's just very strange. But our fertility rate is quite a bit lower than in the U.S. Guys are getting a lot more careful for a reason. Prostitution is legal in a couple counties in Nevada. I don't know what the impact that has. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. Like north of Vegas. I know not in Vegas. That's like those famous brothels. Like outside of Vegas, basically. Yo, Caesar Quintana, welcome in, man. Pleasure to see you. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. I know a guy who brags about paying $1,000 a night for the loving girlfriend experience. Yeah, well, see, that's actually funny right there. Yeah, because then we were talking about that earlier with that Malcolm X excerpt from his autobiography, right? Like that's what prostitutes are going to pride themselves on, right? Is stroking a guy's ego and making him think that, she likes him. Like that's what strippers do, right? Like that's their whole modus operandi. Thank you for that, Caesar. I appreciate that. I went to Eli once and was touring the ghost train with my kids many years ago. I was embarrassed the brothel association had placards welcoming all over the train. Glad my kids had no idea. So it sounds like they had ads on the train or something. As far as fertility, Daddy American government sponsors welfare babies. Yeah, there you go. In order to try to boost the fertility. Thanks, Luke. Okay. Thank you for that, Caesar.
And they still look creepy to me, but it's a matter of time before they look more and more realistic. And I've had a number of students say, you know what, Em, I'm just gonna wait for one of those robots, and I'm still obsessed over my ex. And do you think do you think they'll make the robot look like my ex? I'm like, I'm sure they're gonna sell whatever and whenever. And I go, but if you're gonna do something like that, do it early, because at some point they're even gonna regulate the AI girlfriends. They're gonna be like, nope, you can't just like pull her
It's gonna be a subscription-based AI girlfriend.
down whenever you want and have sex with her. She has rights. We're gonna get to that point, guys. So
God, that's crazy.
If you're gonna do something like when these bots become more mainstream and they look realistic, there's gonna be like any sort of technologies, there's going to be this Wild West era, like usually the first 5-10 years where you could get away with anything. Like when the internet started, you could just put up websites and sell all sorts of crap and you could make millions of dollars. It's going to be the same thing with the bots until the government catches on and they're going to be like, oh, whoa, these guys. It's like,
well, yeah, anywhere guys are spending enough money, then they'll find out how to get some of that.
They don't want us to have fun. They're like, these guys are having way too much of a party, and no, we have to regulate. You cannot just have sex with your AI robot unless you are caring for her, recharging her batteries often, making sure she's oiled and lubed, and all these restrictions.
That's the thing. Like, what if this machine's so sophisticated that like it costs more in maintenance than like a typical date? Owning like a Terminator bot or something like that. I don't know, man. That reminds me of that Futurama episode.
Restrictions, but anyway, not to get off point. My whole theory for this, and I did a video on my channel about this, how I predicted, that's the title, PUA predicts the end of feminism, the end of women's rule. I really believe it's going to come with not the prostitution, but the AI girlfriends, the bots, like that. Again, they already have some. And you know what? Who's that Kardashian? Not Kim.
Khloe
Kardashian, but yeah, her. I think it's Khloe, but her ex-husband just had an AI robot girlfriend created in her image.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she divorced him.
Wait, was this the one that was married to Lamar Odom?
Obsessed with her. He has the funds. He has the money to do it. So he had an AI girlfriend robot that is in his house that I'm sure he's having sex with.
God, that's got to be weird, man. Like, that's just that finishing up after that just feels like you're not going to be in a good place mentally after that.
This guy had the money to do it, right? I'm sure is very costly. He probably paid a few $100,000 for it. But with any technology, it's going to get cheaper and cheaper. Maybe the bots start at $35,000 or $25,000. They'll get cheaper and cheaper, like a VCR.
Hey, could you imagine like having some family over and then like, you know, they're just like, hey, I got to use the other bathroom's taken. Let me just use the bathroom in your room. And then like they go in your room for a second and they see like your AI bot and you're like, oh crap, I forgot to put that away in the closet.
And they're already selling robots because
Hey, is Klaus leaving? Something about adios. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope everyone gets to see their kids. Oh, take it easy, Michael. Thanks for hanging out, man. It's a pleasure. Have a good one, man. Enjoy your time with the kids, man. The bot stuff is just too much for me, especially how normal it's becoming. I remember seeing the movie Lars and the real girl, or whatever it was, and being so discomfort. Yeah, dude, I'm with you on that, man. It would just be a little strange. The guy that brags about the 1K girlfriend experience is probably just happy he can't lost the roof over his head to a woman that pretended to love him for 10 plus years. Trade-offs, man, trade-offs. Okay.
I mean, personally, I was looking for a robot butler to like vacuum and clean the house, and I'm like, we're not there yet, but they're working on it, and they have these prototypes they're teaching how to vacuum your floor, how to fold your laundry. So we're not far off from that. But anyway,
and it's pretty cool. I mean, I'd like a robot bodyguard that stands in front of my house holding an axe. You know, just like, hey, no solicitors. I'm not leaving such a good stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. I know I saw people were saying goodbye and I was like, what? Mr. Pitt, have curb appeal fixed. Like club style. Love to hear it. I want that to go big. Okay. Oh, I know I got to play the Christmas song for y'all later. I know you guys put that in the... If you just put it in... Oh, it's an AI content. Okay, I'll have to play that. The Jingle of St. Nick. Damn it, I can't remember. It looks like there's two of them. All right. See ya, Shah. Congrats on the shout out for the dowry getting popular. Thank you, man. And shout out to these guys out here. Appreciate everybody.
My point is, when it comes to the AI girl...
I would love to have that conversation with Matt, man. That'd be super fun.
Girlfriends, because they can make it look like anybody you want. You want it to look like Britney Spears, you look like Britney Spears. You want to look like your ex-girlfriend or ex-wife, like this Khloe Kardashian's ex-husband. You got the money, they will do it. And that kind of not only replaces the sexual aspect, but it replaces the emotional aspect, which I feel like these guys are really looking for. And that's what the red pill really, really hammers on, is how guys are more romantic and more emotional than women are. And so with these AI girlfriends, I feel like they're going to get not only that companionship and sex, but I mean, she's going to be programmed to love them.
That's going to be so crazy. Shah, tell us the job is going. In a couple months, I'll let y'all know. I'll let y'all know. It's chill, though. It's chill. One of the exact same theme song. Got it. Okay, so let's go back here.
To never talk back to him. Whatever you want.
We're trying to engineer each other out of the equation, basically.
I mean, yeah, but I feel like that will turn the tide, because a lot of guys, I would say like half of the world is pretty much incels, at least half. Like half of the dudes out there especially the younger generation. Because if you look at the statistics, it's very alarming, like how guys I think it's like under 25 or under 30 have never had a girlfriend, never been on a date.
Is it like 60% of men are not interested in pursuing relationships right now?
Or interested in pursuing relationships, yeah. So it's because of the way the women are.
Yeah.
So I see this, even though I don't agree with the whole AI robot thing, I think it's like, again, it's just not something that,
It's coming. You know what? You're right, Klaus. I have to say I called the robots earlier. Yes, you did.
I think most guys would, but I think that is going to turn the tide. I really believe, because it's going to give men what they really want, which is companionship, love, loyalty, and
so here's an interesting question I'll ask you that I've asked actual sex workers at the AVN Awards.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I think there is, not to get too graphic, but there is an aspect of, if like a woman's kind of like a puzzle box and you kind of ring their bell for them, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's an aspect of that gives you a rush. You know what I mean? You're like, I did that. I mean, can a robot really give you that? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Like, versus a human and getting them worked up and taking them there, so to speak. I don't think you can get that from a robot.
Which do you think provides you more intimacy? An OnlyFans subscription with a real girl or sex with a robot?
This is one of I feel like it's like a very John style question right here, because it's kind of meant to elucidate how intimacy looks in a situation, if there's even intimacy at all. I feel like Matt will probably say both of those are not real forms of intimacy. But I don't know. Let's see what Matt says.
Which provides you more intimacy?
Yes.
Assuming these robots get to where I think they're going to end up being, I would say the robot.
Interesting.
I guess now there is that parasocial relationship or something, but most of these even if it was the OnlyFans girl, I don't know. It's just like, can you get intimacy with the stripper? Because an OnlyFans girl is just like a digital stripper, right? Like, that's all they're gonna do. They're just trying to sell you, instead of lap dances, it's just like, whatever, just media. So I'm not sure the robot thing is the answer. However, how is it any different from the ladies' electric utility items? That's a good question. That is a good question. That is a good question right there. I don't think it is a sustainable answer, but it will change the society in one form or another. That's true. No one can replace a real person. The issue is having the trade-offs. Yes. I agree with that. If the trade-offs, if it's the other one's way too costly, then they'll go with the AI bot.
Because when you think about OnlyFans,
because OnlyFans, you're just logging onto.
Well, it's a parasocial relationship. Yeah. But one of the girls I was talking to said,
it's like watching porn.
So I said to this girl when I was interviewing this sex worker, this cam girl, and she said, well, robots will never replace a real flesh and blood human.
I think they will.
And I'm
predicting that.
So you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
2035 is the year.
I said to her, well, wait a second. You're not even interacting with your customers in real space. You're connecting with them virtually. So, like I said, it's like you're basically an avatar. You're not even a real, flesh and blood person anyway.
Yeah.
So, when you think about it, it's kind of weird when but then when you think about prostitutes, that's actually a real flesh and blood human. And I'm just thinking, well, why are we sitting here and waiting for that? And also, there's also this idea that, okay, maybe men would become really spoiled and lazy if they could just go get their rocks off with a prostitute. But at the same time, when you look at I think prostitution here in Nevada was big in the 1930s, and that's the men who built the Hoover Dam. I mean, those were very strong, masculine men in the past. So
like mobsters too.
You know what I'm saying? So this idea that just because men could go,
I think Michael Sane was talking about soldiers stationed overseas
get their rocks off and go get sex with a prostitute anytime they want. Does that necessarily mean men would become lazy and not work on themselves? I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that either.
That's a good question. I mean, some of these guys will probably just like it so much that they'll do whatever they can to be successful in business to do that more.
What do you mean?
There's this idea that maybe men wouldn't self-improve and become really spoiled and lazy. If they could,
I guess it's the same question. Like, does nudie videos, does XXX content make guys lazy and not self-improve? And robots are just as cucked as OnlyFans. And the parasocial part is done by one Indian guy anyway. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Klaus. The OF girls aren't doing the chat themselves anymore. You know, the crazy part is the Indian guy's probably using an AI to like respond, so it's all grammatically correct. Like you're just talking to Chat GPT or something at that point, or whatever AI lets you have those conversations. Men actually crave the intimacy. That is the real drive. The physical thing is a need too, but it only is a temporary thing here and there. I agree that robots can't replace a human. Orem, I've got to crash, you guys. Make it a good evening. Hey, thanks, Orem. No worries. We'll probably... I'm almost at 4 hours. I'll probably call it soon enough. But this is a good conversation. Like, I kind of want to finish it, so... but hey, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Appreciate you. Okay.
Just if they could just go to a local brothel, you know, would men have to work? Would men feel the need to improve themselves if they could just go get sex anytime they want, or would everyone just turn into a lazy, incel bum or whatever it is, and then they just say, oh, well, I don't have to, groom myself or be attractive in any way or dress well because I can just go to the local brothel and just pay for it,
I do think that would happen. I mean, I could use another example of that is like I had a friend of mine that wanted to lose weight. It's funny because we both went on this journey. I was like putting on weight for a little while. I was talking about this on my channel, and I just started losing it the past like 6 months to a year. The past like in 2025, I'm like, I'm going to start eating healthier and start getting fit again, back to my normal weight I was, before I started to let myself go a little bit. And my friend was like, I'm just going to take that Ozempic. I think it was like a pill or something like that.
Oh gosh, here we go.
I thought it was a shot, but he was like taking these pills, and he did lose weight.
I don't trust that stuff.
He lost weight quicker than me in the beginning, and he got in better shape. However, a few months later, the weight was right back on as soon as he got off of that. So he took a shortcut, as opposed to, I just told him, why don't we just eat healthier? Once you eat healthier with me, it's like, once you break the habit of eating bad food and junk food, and drinking soda, like I haven't drank soda like for almost a long time now, but you start breaking those habits. So, but he didn't want to do that. It was like the shortcut, just like prostitution. It's the shortcut, right? It's a quick fix. So he lost weight temporarily, but then now he's back to square one, right? And he's like, maybe I just need to get back on that shot or that pill. And I go, no, you just need to discipline yourself and have a little self-efficacy to eat healthier, and you need to program yourself with better habits. Can
I ask
it makes you stronger. It makes you stronger as a man.
Do you think that?
I like what he's saying. It's like once you learn how to lose weight, you don't forget. Let's see.
Passport Bros is almost like, you're making it easier on yourself where you don't have to necessarily bring as much to the table. It's almost like a shortcut to becoming high value, because obviously the demands of women in other cultures are going to be less than Western women.
Right.
So is that
to a degree?
Is that almost like a similar thing? Like, if prostitution would, kind of lead to men being spoiled and lazy, is the same thing going to happen when men can just travel to another country? Are they going to say, hey, I don't have to necessarily work on myself because the women here don't demand as much?
I don't know necessarily. I think it would depend on the type of guy that guy is, because I mean, for him to go overseas to look for a woman means that he's completely given up on women here. And I really believe that there are, as much as I bag on these American women and Western women, there are some gems out there. You just have to look. You just have to put some effort into it. I mean, the majority of women you meet are going to be pretty rotten, terrible people, self-centered, self-absorbed, selfish, because that's the culture we're living in right now. But there are some that go against that tide, right? And I know you and Pearl were talking about conservative influencers are really just like covert feminists. I totally agree with that. It just depends on the woman, because I have met some women who would not consider themselves conservative but are feminine, and they're submissive, and they're non-combative. And I'm like, okay, that's weird, because in an ideological sense you would be identified as a Christian, not whatever you are.
Well, what percentage of like red pill influencers would you say lean conservative?
Red pill influencers, as far as the men go or the women? Because now we got a lot of women in this space.
I mean, honestly, both. I mean, to me, I don't think it makes a difference whether you're conservative. Like when it comes to covert feminists, I mean, we're identifying the covert feminists on the women's side, but why would it make a difference, if they're saying the same things, man or woman? If you're basically...
It's a good question. I mean, we talk about that a lot over here, especially like when it's like TradCon men basically being gynocentric. So it's like if the women are covert feminists and the men are saying pretty much the same thing, then what does that make them?
Sitting here and you're blaming men and you're basically saying, oh, men have, all these duties and responsibilities and we need men to man up so that they can be better servants to, provide for women. I mean, it's just more gynocentrism. It's just, unfortunately, I see a lot of gynocentrism coming from the feminists, the tradcons, and also the red pillars.
Okay.
So there's much overlap, and we need to recognize the gynocentrism no matter who it's coming from.
So are you saying?
I think John is correct about that.
Like, just so I understand. So are you saying like, so men improving themselves, men learning game, men learning, how to be the best versions of themselves, they're doing it solely for women?
Not necessarily, but I think that I think that in a lot of ways, I know that some influencers have talked about that, but a lot of it is. I mean, a lot of it that I just wonder, would a man need to have status and game if women genuinely liked men? I think that.
I think women do genuinely like men, but I think things are so screwed up right now because a lot of them have inflated senses of value, because again, the technology and, the internet and all that has given them access to chads all around the world that they
That's true. I mean, that's the technology aspect. It's also men not bargaining correctly, but I think the women also mistakenly think that because they have those options, it means they have a good long-term option, which that doesn't translate anymore. They just have good short-term options. Or they can, try to sell online and monetize dating in the sense through like OnlyFans and stuff like that. Men who have no family are not working as hard as they could. Must be the corn in video games. The whole point of the prosty and the bots is not the shortcut, but the risk mitigation. Yeah, that's why I bring up the rich guys, who are basically whatever, like, username brought up NBA players. Like, a lot of these guys do it, but I think people are willing to turn the other way when it's a stereotypical high status guy. You know what I mean? Like somehow they can get away with it. Like a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah, it is about the risk mitigation. Like that Trevor Bauer guy, he met up with that chick on Instagram and it screwed him over. He got cut from the Dodgers and then he had to go to Japan and then he finally won the case, but at what cost? Maybe that guy could have just got a, an escort and avoided the whole thing, even if it was legal, They are irrelevant. Any man who ascends or becomes visible will by the time they get there see the lies or he will just get divorced. Yeah, then it's like the kid in the candy store. Because there's built up resentment, I think, by that time. I know it's not about being resentful, but at that point, they're going to understand who these people are that they've been dealing with and deal with them accordingly. They never ask themselves why their messages fail, even the absence of social media making it visible. But they can't jump and see other cultures because then the issues they see, they are not even present in other nations like China, for example, who is very strict on its social media. I think men don't recognize their own inherent value, while women have an overinflated self-worth. I agree with that, Jax, and I like that. Men are like taught to think they're disposable, which isn't true.
Didn't have before. Okay, once again. So if it was reversed and men had access to all these incredible women without having to have status in game, just for basically existing, don't you think it would be hard for? Of course, it would be the opposite.
Yeah.
Women would be the ones out here with the feminine burden of performance.
But when would that ever happen? I mean, in a real.
It happens at the back end when they're looking for marriage, and that's what the high value men are taking advantage of. They know all the women want to marry them or lock them down, and they're basically just kind of breadcrumbing them to get as much out as they can. And then, then the woman leaves her or whatever the hell, or tries to get them some other way. It's the matador, it's the matador again. But the game flips when it's about this back end deal.
The world, that's not going to happen.
Especially if the man's supposed to be the provider. There's a reason that the saying exists. You can love women or you can know women, but not both. Yeah, it's true.
Like I said, that's why I think that prostitution would kind of give men, it would basically give men.
You think it would bring some?
they need to start talking more about the equalization power of the dowry some more, especially when it comes in. Like, if you're gonna go with men and women are different, and you know they're meant to have different roles, then I think it's very hard to sidestep this discussion about the dowry, especially if men are supposed to act as the provider. You have to do something that balances this equation. And you're right, it is an equalization. Right now they're talking about prostitution. I could see that as, you know, having some effect, maybe. But that, you know, I think that mitigates all the short-term stuff. I think you also need the long-term, the long-term, you know, scenario here, which I think the dowry is focused on.
Balance back. It would basically neutralize the power of the P that women have to basically, you know, control and exploit men. That's the ultimate power, and I think that power needs to be neutralized.
Okay, but I think we're forgetting, like, what men value is scarcity. I mean, not scarcity. Men value things that are valuable. Like, because when you think of a prostitute, I mean, it's like,
okay, it's gonna be like, so you know, it's a woman with the high. You know, that's a tough one, man, because you know, there's the whole like Madonna whore complex, and you know, it's true what he's saying. I think, to give a distinction, men value certain things in a woman for long term that are different from what they value in the short term. In the short term, a hot stripper is all it takes. But in the long term, when it comes to introducing that person to your friends and family, then it's going to be different.
I mean, it's like sand. It's an abundant resource, right? I mean, it's something that, sure, it's not legal everywhere, but you know where you could go. Like, you could go to Amsterdam and places like that if you really, really want to prostitute. But
well, it's even. Sorry, I didn't mean, just a real quick. It's legal.
It's complicated is starting to sound like he's about to go to the JUCO. Yeah.
Legal here in Vegas.
Okay.
But it's very expensive.
Certain counties.
Right? Yes, but it's not accessible.
I think it's, yeah. See,
I mean,
it's
like,
legal or
you don't have a
illegal.
red light district on the Strip, okay?
Yeah.
You have to go to like a small town, you know, about
Okay, yeah, it's not in Vegas.
2 hours away, and it's going to cost you a lot of money and stuff, right? Look at what happened with the whole pot industry and stuff. You know, when you had dispensaries everywhere. I mean, you kind of like shut down some of these black markets, and so it's kind of like, I think, well, would something similar happen there? You know,
I think it would create a whole new black market if
there was a lot of state regulation on the pot. Which arguably, I guess you could say is a positive because they were able to tax it. They'd probably do something similar for prostitution.
Prostitution was legalized, because then you would have like even more human trafficking. I think a lot of more women would be human trafficked.
You have to you regulate it. That's the thing. You regulate it. But one other thing I just wanted to just interject real quick is, you know, just I've seen.
If only we can get regulations on marriage that made sense. The problem with the dowry is it puts money in the hands of families generationally. The government as it is today wants welfare and dependency. Man, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. The dowry system allows families to privately manage reproduction. When that goes away and families can't do it anymore, and they're all playing the romance game and nobody's sticking together, then the government now has the right to come in and say, hey, we're going to regulate reproduction for you. And then that gives the government a lot more power and makes families, individuals at this point, a lot more dependent on the government, which is sad because now it's, you know, mom against dad, dad against mom. The kids are caught in the middle, and big brother government's supposed to welfare their way out of this somehow.
Red pillars just kind of touch upon this. And they, I mean, you know, if you want me to name names, I can, but I'm just saying, like, I've seen people debate this. I've interviewed, you know, some big influencers in the space about this, and they've literally said it would be a game changer. And
depends on the influencer, because a lot of these guys, I feel, are kind of living more of like a vacuous lifestyle, and that's fine. And I say this as a lifelong pickup artist myself, you know.
I can appreciate that he's saying that, you know. I think he's getting to the motorcycle in the fast lane, the Matador kind of problem here. And you know, a lot of influencers have sold kind of this lifestyle, and I don't know, man. I just think it's a false promise. I think when you follow the treasure map and you get to the X, it's not going to be what you think it is. You know, that darn Henry Avery lied to us.
And I'm kind of like, because I've been doing this for so long, I've gotten to a point where I'm like, okay, you know, and I always say this when I sell my programs. I'm like, you could either use this for good or evil. I hope you use it for good. I hope you don't use it for evil, because it could be used for both, like anything. But when it comes to the prostitution, I just see like more of those like lower tier guys or lower value guys who don't want to work on themselves and just want a quick fix, just like a Band-Aid fix. Go to a prostitute, have sex, but then once they're done having sex, what do they call like post-nut clarity? After they have that post-nut clarity, it's like they're still lonely.
I think that's gonna happen with the robots too. Like after that guy who made the Kardashian look-alike, like he's gonna have some crazy post-nut clarity after that. He's gonna be like, "What am I doing, man? This is bad. Like this ain't bad. This is just sad." You know.
Still lonely, right? They still want companionship. You can't take that prostitute like on a trip with you to Vegas.
But with all due respect, though, let's not negate the fact that there are plenty of, you know, high-class escorts and high-status men who basically say,
yeah. See, he brought up. I don't know if he brought it up earlier, but it's not just the low value. But I know what you're saying. If he means like low value and people who don't have social skills, but there are the risk mitigation guys. That's Coach Greg Adams. You could say is a risk mitigation kind of guy. Like he's dated, you know, he can get women. He's been married. That's not the problem. The problem for him is the risk mitigation. Klaus says, I gotta say, Matt seems to be one of the more relatable PUA guys. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm not like a fan of PUA guys, but Matt Cross is like one of my favorite content creators in the space. And I always make an exception for him. It's just pretty realistic and down to earth, I'd say. I can tell you that you can have the post-clarity while you are married. It is a widespread issue even now. Gosh, thanks for letting us know, Luke. Honestly, that's you reminding us. That's you reminding us and keeping us grounded here. It almost reminds me of that question that John mentioned about how, you know, if someone's in a dead bedroom, are they an incel even though they're married? But yours is kind of different, that post-clarity with it in marriage. I never actually really thought about that, but I believe you when you say that. Who cares about a Kardashian lookalike? Make a Nala robot and let her pray to you. Yeah, you can have an AI trad wife. Oh, there you go. An AI trad wife.
I'm going to the big corporate party and I want to hire a beautiful escort to come with me.
The best part, you know, about having an AI trad wife is that the manufacturing companies can literally just use the same robot. It's just about how you dress it up. That's like the only difference. Later, guys. Hey, take it easy, username. Appreciate you being here, man. Oh, I just hit 4 hours. Man, I want to listen to this a little bit more just because I'm really enjoying it. Married men are some of the most lonely and intimacy-starved people I know. I have heard of the starfish sex, man. That does sound terrible. And, you know, I've heard guys in that situation, like guys in a dead bedroom or in like a bad situation like that, even if it's not fully dead bedroom, it's like horrible for their confidence, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, if these high-class escorts are commanding these huge prices, you're not going to get low-tier guys. You're going to have a lot of high-status men. Time is a premium for them, and they don't have the ability, the luxury of time to say, I got to, you know, take a woman out.
And the risk mitigation.
Wine and dine her. They just want to go. They're in Dubai, and they're saying, I want a high-class, I want a beautiful piece of arm candy, you know, with me and stuff. So this idea that low-status men are the only ones who buy escorts, I think is not... It's not genuine, or it's disingenuous, I think. It's
not really, because what you're mentioning here is the exception, not the rule, because most guys who go to brothels are exactly what we're talking about. Like when you think of brothels, when you go to...
I gotta be honest, I don't really even think lower value guys, like if you think of a brothel, like, well, maybe just because it's the US and it's not really legal, but I feel like it's gotta be so expensive anyways that, like, you know, your average guy is probably not going to go there. If it was fully legal, maybe that would bring prices down or something. But other than that, I think it's probably still fairly expensive for the average
any
guy.
brothel. We could go here in Vegas. We go to any brothel. You're not going to see like multimillionaire, high status dudes in there.
Well, those are the guys who are ordering from back pages and they're getting the, you know, getting the high class escorts and stuff.
Yeah.
But I still think that. I mean, you know, shout out to CGA again, but he's like, all men pay. You're paying whether you're low status or high status.
And not only that, but like when it comes to those high status guys that you're just mentioning who would go for the high escort, high class hookers, those guys do have access to other women, and they don't actually need a prostitute for them. It might just be something like, you know, like something that they do like once in a blue moon or whatever. But
Perhaps,
but these guys usually, if they're high status, these are the top tier guys that, according to the dating apps and their statistics, are getting like 80% of the women on those apps. They're all dating the same dudes.
But then, to also be fair, let's just acknowledge that there's a app called Seeking Arrangements, which is basically all
That's
about
the JUCO. Yeah, there you go.
out women seeking high status men, and it's like,
Sure.
well, what's the point of being high status if you're going to basically end up paying for it anyway? You
Well,
should just be able to attract those women without having to have all that. You know?
It isn't just a bad situation. It is more often than not the problem that develops. You can only stay exciting and novel for so long, and women get bored. Then the commitment kicks in for men. I think that's a tough part, where especially if it's the centerpiece of the marriage is the love or the romance aspect. Then it's probably inevitable that that's going to come up. But I hear you. I mean, I think you're right. Not so much for the women. Yeah. At this point, then it's the men having to bend over backwards. This is a TFM, turd flinging monkey black pill. I could drop black pearls, but YouTube hates that. But just lead harder, bro. Just keep being more interesting, bro. Just do date nights, man. Just level up more, bro. Exactly. Just put the kids to sleep, man, and make sure the dishes are done, bro. Hamster wheel ad nauseum. They are not wrong. They don't know why he is correct. He only has an observation, not a theory. But the end road is, and shout out to Rolla for making it mainstream, it's the genuine desire. You can have all the money in the world. You can't buy that, man or woman. Yeah. I can agree with that.
The whole seeking arrangement thing, I believe, that sounds to me like that's more of a companionship thing, which is what I was arguing. It's like guys want companionship.
Sugar babies, right?
Love.
Yeah, but I would still call it prostitution.
Yeah, they're sure they're gonna be like winding up.
And there's gonna be that sugar baby that's like, well, no, some guys pay me just to hang out. Like, yeah, but like 95% of the guys paying you want to hit it.
Fine, but those guys actually want to do those things. They want to be on a vacation with this girl, have like nice arm candy, not just go into this like bedroom, have sex, and then leave. To them, it's just kind of like an unfulfilling experience.
Well, it's just a longer, drawn-out version of prostitution, I think. It's still basically the same thing. You're still paying for a relationship.
I lean on the side that it's more prostitution.
But then you can make that argument about any relationship and like, okay, all relationships are prostitution.
Now you're at CGA's level right there. All men pay.
Right, so we're blurring the lines here. We're blurring the lines.
That's the issue, is the blurred lines. Ironically, legalized prostitution would actually put a lane for it. I would say that.
Now you sound like me, okay? Because basically, look, I've said that I believe that I think that dating is transactional. It's a monetized dating market, as Coach Greg Adams says. I've basically said that dating is just a loose form of prostitution. I've done episodes about this, where I basically just said, what is the difference between, paying for the opportunity to maybe get it? And
I definitely can see Matt's point. There for sure, has to be a difference between meeting a woman and running some game and, picking her up in that way versus, just paying for it or something like that outright. There is a ego boost there. Whether or not that's good or is addicting in its own right is a different question, but it certainly appeals in a different way.
Paying for it, you know what I mean? So I get it. It's obviously better if you have a woman's genuine attraction. I would choose that every time.
And that's what we aim for in the red pill. It's like genuine attraction.
Of course.
And as a pickup artist, that's what I want guys to get. Genuine attraction.
Yeah, I know Angry Casper mentioned that earlier. That's the genuine desire.
Attraction.
Yes, and I would agree with that too. The problem is I don't think most women genuinely like most men, because most men have to bribe women to be together. Because whether you want to call it prostitution or you want to call it being a provider, at the end of the day, most women are not interested in broke men.
Oh, sure, of course not.
So at the end of the day,
this is where the long term comes in.
Source thing, but that's something I feel like is evolutionary, because we're spawned from caves, basically, right? Where we had the hunters and gatherers, and women needed to get with the strongest tribe and the strongest men to ensure their survival. So I feel like, this is just the present day, modern day version of that.
Sure.
Well, the dowry history shows that men were also not interested in a broke woman. So it's kind of, it's similar.
But I also
to a
think,
certain degree.
But I also think that throughout history, this idea that men.
I don't know if women really would prefer getting knocked up by some strong guy, but then he's gone like next week. You know what I mean? And they're left there poor with this child. Unless you're living off the fat of the land and you're just following the herd, then it doesn't really matter. The whole village is the whole tribe is taking part. The quiet part that nobody talks about is that people can cultivate genuine desire if they're not chasing the dragon. That is what used to happen with pair bonding. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I can see that. See, nowadays, like, we're trying to get genuine desire from people who are like all chasing the dragon, or they're all flip-floppers in a way. You know what I mean? What's the point of getting genuine desire for somebody who will want something different in a week's time, and it's not going to last anyways, I don't know. I just think it's untenable to all of us be these kinds of dancing monkeys or kind of matador-esque figures who could just keep cultivating this stuff and keep, people on the line like that. It's like slowly drip feeding something addicting to a person to keep them there. Doesn't that sound a little weird? Date like cavemen, live in a society, and you will get your caves back. Hey, Titan Struggle, you couldn't live with your own failures. Where did that bring you? Back to me. Modern women only going back to what they know best, and that's selling. Yep. Shout out to you, Titan. Thanks for coming in. What people call genuine desire is still just chasing the dragon. That's very true, Luke. That is exactly the point. It's still based in the romantic ethos. Different dragon, though, Luke, you are not wrong.
We're also in business too. Men sought women who had, fortunes and money as well and stuff.
There you go.
So I think that
I know, and it's true. Even average men, even richer men, we have plenty of examples of that, or they would not get married. It's the only way monogamous marriage really works.
There's a lot of different cultures. It depends on the culture. I think that obviously. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think the problem with the red pill, or I think the criticism that we have in the red pill is that these women are now making their own money. They're graduating, at rates much higher than men, and they're getting these corporate jobs. They have their own dough, yet they still expect men to pay. And
and remember, guys, when the dowry system was unseated, the promise of the feminists was that women have their own money and they're going to contribute. Except they're not doing that. So they have reneged on the promise, which is why men, if you're going to get married, in some ways you need to sell marriage back to them if you're going to be shouldering everything regardless.
It's like, at this point, it's like, okay, and this is what I teach my guys. I'm like, if she's going to act like a feminist, you treat her like one. However, and some guys will be surprised to hear me say this, but I'm not against chivalry. I'm not against being a gentleman. I don't mind opening the girls' doors. I enjoy doing that stuff because I'm a guy. I feel like most guys, they won't admit that, especially in these very red pillish days, especially in our community. But guys, we just like doing those things, right? We like feeling like the man. We like feeling like the gentleman. However,
I think when you're gaming a woman, doing that stuff can be fun, or it works in a sense, or just playing that role a little bit and you're catering to their fantasy. Yeah, you know what I mean? And then they're looking at you a certain way, and that's fine. I think when it comes to marriage and long term, that's where, you don't want to do that too much or overdo that, or you have to look past that. Like, otherwise that's just going to get you into trouble.
I will only do those things for women who are willing to act like a lady.
And they're still going to lose those corporate jobs at higher rates than the men. AI is going to turn everything upside down. We are on the precipice of nuclear change. Listen, and once that happens, like when you think about what politics are going to look like, politics are going to look at these people getting extremely rich from AI, other people losing their jobs, and they're going to ask for more robust welfare programs. They're going to say it's not fair. These people are these technocrats are making way too much money, whatever you want to call them, the techno-feudalism. And people are going to vote that way. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the risk, or that's what they're going to try to do, I think. Let's get universal basic income. You all realize that game is the same family as animal as romance. Yes, exactly. Which is the methodology of the men that women aren't already attracted to. I can see that. Yeah, it's trying to use another strategy for that, basically. Or maybe they weren't, in the first place, but they're trying to justify why they should be.
And I feel like, some of them are, but a good number of them.
I feel like some women will the guys that they are attracted to, even if they're not doing the stuff the other guy is, they'll still, in their minds, pretend like it's the greatest romantic fantasy.
Them are not, and they have to kind of be, I don't know if dominated is the word, but they have to see that you have the stronger frame. Because I've gotten women that I've met initially who are just very rigid and very almost combative initially, but I knew, I'm like, okay, I could turn this girl into a little kitten if I wanted to. And I've dated a few like that, where it started out where she was very very demanding and boisterous. And then because I was able to just override her frame and get her to follow my lead and let her know, like, hey, this is not going to be like your past, beta male relationships. And I will tell the girl that. I'm like, every guy you dated before me was a complete simp. That's not going to happen here. We're going to do things my way. This is the way it's going to be. And not so many words, right? Because women they have huge egos. So if you say it like that, they go, what? But you just keep demonstrating through your value. You keep demonstrating that you're the leader. And then eventually the girl falls into your lead and she's like, okay.
So let me ask you this.
Because I think women are naturally wired to follow our lead, but most guys, and this is where I hold guys responsible, have just fallen into this frame where they've been brainwashed to believe that they should follow the women's lead, right? Because that will lead to sex. And it's like, no, that doesn't.
That's the Akash Singh strategy. Wealthy men with the sugar babies think with enough time and money, they can convince these women to like them for them and not the money, but that's not how it works. That probably happens often enough in that sugar baby world where the guy thinks that, I don't know, she loves him or something and then decides to marry the sugar baby. And the sugar baby's running her own game, trying to get as much money out of this guy as possible. There's a silly problem, though. Any behavior not rewarded by the feminine will not be preferred by the masculine. Not all men, but every man. And silly rich chads of old think their progeny is immune.
Doesn't lead to sex. That leads to you getting stuck in her friend zone. You want her to follow your lead. You have to be able to take those risks, call her out, check her when she says something dumb, says something stupid or retarded. As Myron Gaines would say, because women are kind of retarded like that. You have to check them when they do stuff like that. And the more you check your girl, the more you let her know, hey, these are my boundaries, do not cross them, or what you said is stupid, or this is why it doesn't.
See, I mean, and I get what he's saying. And listen, I think that's a lot of the stuff that the red pill figured out, and it makes sense. I just think that should, in some ways, be applied to negotiating for marriage. Yes, you can do this. You can constantly try to check them and do all these kinds of things. And, maybe it will spark some attraction and they'll see you in a certain light versus in a Akash Singh kind of light or something. But if you're going to be this comfortable and be able to do this and be this much of a leader, you should be able to negotiate yourself for a marriage that matters. I just don't think it's wise for guys to say, we're not concerned with what money they have or what they're going to bring. I think if you're talking marriage, that absolutely needs to be a conversation in there, because that's the only way it's going to make sense. And then otherwise, later on, especially if you do sign marriage paperwork, you're going to have the sort of Damocles over that. She's going to understand the position, and it's going to be a lot harder for you to check her after that. That's the thing. The black pillar in me just says you can only check them if they already like you. Otherwise, checking them will make them leave quicker. I hear what you're saying. And the thing is, if they already like you, that goes away after a few years, And then, if you're, Akash Singh, at that point, there's not much you're going to be able to do. She's just going to keep pushing boundaries, and you're not going to be able to contain her because you're the one that has something to lose, not her, Once the contract is signed, you can check them all you want. All the cards at that point and legally and financially are in her hands. Exactly. Now you got the sword of Damocles above you. Until the laws change, this is a pipe dream cope on his hands. Yeah, and listen, I think what he's saying and what the red pill discovered about cultivating attraction is not wrong. Like, I think it works best in the short term. But if you're going to think this is going to work long term in a marriage, especially where she brings nothing and you provide and do everything in a masculine role, on a long enough timeline, she's gonna pull the rug out from under you. Just my opinion on that. Honestly, my problem here is just taking a fatherly role here. Like, I get some things women do are human annoyances, but the idea you got to keep doing it, nah, bro. Yeah, like I can't sit here and be in my own home and be the matador just constantly. It's like, oh, and then she's just constantly throwing shit tests at me, and I'm constantly passing the shit test. You know, that's not a good way to live, man.
It makes sense. The more she's going to start falling in your frame. You know.
So if a woman needs a strong masculine man in order to be in her feminine,
I appreciate John, doing his best to kind of deconstruct these things and challenge him where he can. Whether right or wrong, I don't see really many other people doing that in the space. I know there are some, but I think John's doing a great job.
Would a man need a soft feminine woman in order to be in his masculine?
No.
Why is it different?
Because men should be self-sufficient that way. Like, I mean, we teach in the red pill, like, no matter what, we teach this in pickup artistry too. I mean, you should not be relying on the woman for anything. I mean, you should be like completely 100% self-reliant, and you should not be doing things in order to, get her validation, right? They should all be for you, essentially.
So that's the concept of conditional femininity. Women's role is conditional, but the man's role is static. So, it's just.
But I think men want to do these things. Like, we want to self-improve. We want to get in the best shape we can. We want to be.
Well, I would say if it's it could be a choice, but should it be an expectation? Should it be an obligation? Because I mean, are men a monolith? I mean, men all come in different shapes and sizes and different.
I think it's a question of degree. Like, how high does the self-improvement need to go? It's fine if men want to do that, but if you're self-improving and then on the other end, it's for something that doesn't even match, your level of improvement, then you still have a fundamentally imbalanced equation here. Like, something isn't right. The scales are still tipped. And then if anything, to me, that's still, it just doesn't make sense. It's still fundamentally hypergamous. I think we have to try to solve the issue of hypergamy, really. Exactly, and these PUA guys and the other red pill grifters talk about this eternal hamster wheel. It's all on the men, yeah, right. Yet still need to say that women need to be held to account. Yeah. I mean, it's not addressing this issue of hypergamy. Passing the shit test is fine until the wife befriends another single woman. Then your marriage, and as a follow-up, you and family court are done for. Yeah, I mean, Klaus, Luke, and Base are putting it down right now. Not only how much, but in practical term, how much time are you going to spend improving? This is the do, bro. Don't think about women till you're 35. Then you can have a nice single mom. Yeah, that's the other issue is that to get to this point conceivably, it's going to take, if you did everything, right, you're going to be in your mid-30s to 40s. That's when this, James Bond-esque character can finally flower and mature and come out of the cocoon, so to speak. And then you're still supposed to be gaming this whole time and learning women anyways. What's the promise though at the end of that? Are you going to be able to leverage a long-term deal? There is no insurance against family court.
Different cultures, things like that. So why do we kind of like apply this kind of blanket? You know what I mean? Like men just kind of all need to be traditionally masculine and hold them to this standard.
I think at best they're going to say, well, we know women are attracted to that. They're going to say women are attracted to that. That's fine. But it's like the question is for how long before they want to switch it up because they want variety too. And what happens when that happens? Can you be more masculine and beg them not to go? Or whatever it's going to be. But let's hear Matt's response.
Because I think this comes from evolution, just how, again, like
evolution, they are naturally attracted to that.
We came out of caves and we did the hunting and the women did the gathering. And there was a show actually about like 4 or 5 years ago, a bunch of YouTubers covered this. I mean, because you would think like, oh, well, this is modern day, you Neanderthal. Why are you talking like that? Well, there was a show called Bear Grylls Island where they had men versus women. I'm sure you saw that episode. Of course,
I think I remember that.
And you saw, I mean, this is like 2021, 2022. They dropped like a set of men and a set of women. I think it was like a dozen.
And the men were all figuring it out, and the women were just, it was a disaster.
Men, a dozen women onto this island for what was like 60 or 90 days. And they were like, just go out there and survive.
Yeah.
And these people who are like modern day human beings, Homo sapiens, were dropped onto this island and they reverted back to their natural primal roles, right? Of hunters and gatherers. You saw the women like just, you know, really just screwing up.
Jack says, that's the worst advice these red pills tell men. Ignore women in your youth. So you have zero experience. So basically be a Kosh. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like once you get there, I don't think they teach men how to negotiate the value they've accumulated. You know, I think it's more about looking for a fair deal, or, you know, because then at whatever point you are, if you find something that makes sense, then you might be willing to take that deal. But if you don't know or trust what that deal is, then you still have a problem. Back to work as hard as you would if you had a wife and kids and job security and home, while having none for a vast majority of men. Welcome to Men on Strike. Yeah, pretty much. MGTOW wins again. My MGTOW monk lair is my Neo cave. It is amazing. Peace and quiet, stacking cash, no parasites. Man, that's the best right there. Yeah, I've been working on my cave too, man. It's I appreciate it. I honestly do. I'm grateful for it. All right. I know we're at 4 hours and 30 minutes, man. I'll have to call it soon, but their conversation's really good. I'll try to listen to another 10 minutes of it at least.
But at the same time, I mean, wouldn't that be acknowledging that technology is the X factor in all this? I mean, obviously, the fact that we had the birth control pill and the fact that we've had all these technological changes now with these AI bots and everything. So
technology.
I mean, when we talk about evolution, I mean, I understand that, you know, there might be the human nature aspect of everything, but doesn't the technology kind of like, you know, I mean, we're living in a civilized society, so how are we using, you know, our biological instincts to justify everything when there's certain, you know, we're almost allowed to kind of step outside of those biological roles.
I think in some way what he's trying to say is that, you know, if civilization, you know, encourages different behaviors that aren't just our biological raw animal instincts, or in some ways maybe they're sublimated into something more refined and higher. And unfortunately, the way our civilization's gone, it's almost reverted back to allowing women to just live off of their most base nature of instincts, where men have a base nature of instincts but aren't allowed to express those or live it out in that way. And hence, this is the gynocentrism. And unfortunately, this is leading to a weakening of civilization. So in order to keep civilization, it's like to have civilization that works, you can't just go after short-term gratification. There has to be some delayed gratification that leads to better long-term outcomes. And that's how you get a civilization with a social contract that makes sense, right? The women can't be out here seducing everybody's husbands, even though they're hot enough to do so. And the men who are strong enough can't be out here bashing everybody in the head, even though they're strong enough to do so, because that would lead to a point where civilization could never evolve to a complexity that makes sense. It could just never reach that. If people keep destroying families and killing each other, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, at some point, the social contract says, hey, we pull back a little bit from our most base instincts in order to have better long-term outcomes for everybody. And then we keep the weaker people alive because the weaker people are more likely to act as antennas for more consciousness and new ideas. Like Einstein, he's super frail, right? He can't bench press 300 pounds. Or Nikola Tesla or something like that. So we all work together and it's going to increase the survivability of everybody. So if one component of this is able to live out and just say, well, we only care about our short-term base gratification, and all of that's going to be deleterious to civilization. So civilization is built off of a kind of pushback against the short-term instincts that we have in order for better long-term outcomes, I think is what he's trying to say.
It's because we have the luxury to do that because of the technology.
Yeah. But I think if we were to get wiped out tomorrow, say like an asteroid hit, wiped out half the planet, wiped out the satellites in space, and we were, we didn't have technology. We had to start from the ground up. I think
it would go back to more traditional roles because that's what would be better for survivability.
Just like on that TV show, we would just revert back to our natural roles. Like feminism would disappear overnight.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It will. But the problem is that, if that happened, then yes, traditionalism would come back, and it would have to go through all the steps, by the way. Civilization is not built by men who get cat and genuine desire. It was made by those who had to add extra. That's a good point. Dolph Lundgren was a super genius. What did he do? He did Hollywood 304s. What you're talking about right now was actually discussed by the founders of the United States when they wrote essays about natural law, jungle law, and why a government was a necessary evil. Yeah, I mean, I think that does sound familiar. Almost kind of reminds me of some Hobbesian type stuff, life being nasty, brutish, and short, without government. So that makes sense. It would go back to caves. Date like men, live in a society. Date like apes, live in caves. Black pill.
Yeah, like Kevin Samuels said, that feminism is only a first world option because in other cultures, survival is paramount. So yes, that's absolutely
totally agree with him.
Men need women to reproduce. Women need men to survive and reproduce.
Yeah.
So absolutely agree with him on that. Here's a funny question I want to get your take on. If women only want to date alpha males, why haven't all the beta males gone extinct?
If women only wanted an alpha male, why haven't the beta males all
That's
gone
a funny question. Yeah, it kind of challenges the evolution there. Well, that's interesting.
If women only
over
time,
yes.
yes.
Over time.
Yeah, why
are they still here?
Why aren't all men today? Like, why haven't all the alpha?
Well, they're gonna say women didn't have a choice and were compelled to date men that they were otherwise not as attracted to.
Males pass their genes along.
But not all women are hot and attractive. I think there are definitely beta and alpha females, if you want to call it that and use that terminology.
And now we're just, living in a society where all men are chads and all.
The reason you could say there's so many beta males is because there's plenty of beta females.
Women are Stacy's.
I haven't heard that in a while, Stacy.
Yeah, okay, just
yeah. I mean, no, that's a great question. Why haven't?
That's a good answer, because an alpha man couldn't support all women without the help of other men. Exactly, dude. Like, if the other men aren't there, the whole thing crumbles down, and you have a guy that's just some primitive dude it's just a constant warring society. You're not gonna get that.
All the beta males been stamped out. Yeah, I mean, it's DNA.
Basically, I'm saying if we're going by the evolutionary argument, why hasn't evolution just led us to this superhuman species? Where basically.
Okay, but I think
how have men gotten?
Okay, maybe in some ways, for some men to be that strong and some women to be that beautiful, they need a robust, thriving society in order to attain that.
Weak, you know what I mean?
Even in the most beta dudes, you can still see traits of masculinity in them. Like, even like the most simpish beta guy.
They still grow beards, right?
You'll still grow beards, but you'll still see certain behaviors in them that, on some level, maybe it might not be as high as the strongest alpha male of the pack, but on some level, he'll have some sort of masculine traits like, protection, just masculine traits, yeah.
Man, I really want to finish this, guys. I'll probably have to do it on my own, but we're at 4 hours and 32 minutes. We got 21 folks left. I figure, maybe it's time to let's just look at the comments for a bit. How about that? And then, we'll close it out. I don't got to play the Christmas song. I wish I could finish it. We made it pretty far, hour and 6 minutes. Plus the other stuff that we did. I had to comment, man. Special thanks to Matt, man, from 33 Secrets. I can't wait to have a discussion with them, man. I'm honestly looking forward to that. Reading Sovereign Seduction by Blaine Harlow felt like finding contraband knowledge. The kind of thing you whisper to a friend, not something you admit publicly. That's how raw it is. Yeah, I totally understand the point of your guess. Men are always taught to adapt to bad situations. Instead, they can work on changing these situations as well, e.g. changing divorce laws. Finally, a longer video and something different. This is very interesting. That certainly was. Yeah, this is great. Never seen Matt do a collab with anyone before. I didn't think he did these. It's good to see. It is. Men walk away from chaos, women chase validation, and the middle ground disappeared. Social media, dating apps kill dating for majority of people who aren't super attractive or with status. Thank you for having Tony Hawk on. Oh, it was good. That was good. All right, it made me laugh. Not sure who the other guy is, but this is interesting. Oh, yeah, that's John. Speaking in Vegas terms, Matt is the Grism of PUAs. Best of the best. A dowry in the case of a college-educated woman will at best offset part of the crippling student loan debt they are bringing with them.
I have no dowry. If anything, I have a negative dowry.
Good talk with very interesting points. Absolutely. Awesome. I've been waiting for this video like forever. Matt, this is 100% true. I agree, but still, I don't want to do all that effort anymore. Yeah, see, just to have the company of a fleety creature in my life, it's not worth it. I mean, he makes a good point, man. Okay, then don't. Why would you care if other men choose to? That's the problem with MGTOW. They're not going their own way. They're trying to convince other men to go their own way. You know, maybe some of them. Finally. Good interview. And while I agree with your observations on women's ego, neither of you brought up the most important issue. I grew up in the 1980s, and I can tell you that a 4 today gets 50 times the attention. They brought up hoflation than a dime piece did in 1985. And the reason is why? Because it's men who give it to them. I hear so many RP content creators complain about it, but they never talk about how it's men's fault for giving away their attention. You guys scratch your heads while talking about the solution, and the solution is not complicated. No pun intended. And the problem could be solved overnight if men simply stop giving away free unearned attention. John has an episode called Forced to Simp where he addresses this. And, you know, if I'm characterizing it right, his opinion is that because of the way society's set up, it's kind of impossible for men not to give this attention. I don't think a lot of, you know, I think people would be split on that, but it was an interesting episode nonetheless called Forced to Simp. And the problem could be solved overnight if men simply stop giving away free unearned attention, just like when women complain about situationships and how men won't commit to them. That's a good point. But if they stop giving away free unearned access to their bodies, that problem would resolve itself overnight as well. I really wish you guys, guys like you two who have a large soapbox with thousands of impressionable young men who watch your content would be saying this. Because when all you do is blame women, you're making these men feel hopeless. I don't know if they're just blaming women. I don't think so. I've heard you say in your videos before to blame yourself first and become the change that you want to see. The craziest part is how fast things change. Within weeks of reading Sovereign Seduction. Oh, God. Okay, well, the second time we heard that. Another one. Adding to the dowry convo, I believe the reason a girl's family gives a dowry is because after she gets married, she is no longer a part of the family she grew up with. Her new family with the new last name becomes the family who will take care of her, even when her own father dies. His estate usually goes to his sons, her brothers, not her. Yeah, that's her inheritance as the dowry. How it works for her is that her husband's family passes on wealth to him when his father dies, and subsequently when he dies, then to her. There you go. And the children. Man. All right. Well, that was a fun episode, man. I think we had a good time. Let me see what this Christmas song is about here. Let's get the Christmas song going. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice right there. Oh, that's beautiful sound.
There's a jingle in the
wow, guys. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, for as long as y'all did. Man, that was certainly me over the week. I mean, over Thanksgiving evening.
Make young hearts complete. He's not the man.
Gosh, I missed some comments. I'm telling everyone how to go about things. No, you can. Oh my gosh. That was a fun episode, man. You know, I appreciate both of those guys. Hopefully I can have a conversation with Matt one of these days. Sounds like he's been doing a lot of work, so maybe in a few months or something, I'll have to reach out to him. I think sometimes he's in the Bay Area, man. I wouldn't even mind driving out just for the hell of it. So, or, you know, a Zoom interview would be cool too. Oh God, I'm glad tomorrow's Sunday. I'm gonna sleep tomorrow. It's a nice sound right here.
Three sisters wept by candles glow.
We got the lyrics.
No golden chance for love to show.
Wow.
But through the window coins were tossed.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, they incorporated the stocking story.
A quiet
The sequential. It was bad, Klaus. It was so bad. I don't know why I did that. And the second cigar was like really strong. Like it was like, and I didn't want to waste it because someone gave it to me and I'm like, I don't want to waste a cigar, you know? I just should have never lit the damn thing, man.
Not a word, not a boast.
I should have never lit it. It's okay though. I'm coming off of the huge dose.
Just the clink of a coin and a blessing to spare.
Man, this is a great song. Thank you, Dan the Man. The jingle of Saint Nick. This is smooth right here, man. I tell you. Oh my God. You know, I didn't get up to P once.
A dowry here, a dowry there.
Try to play Driving Off Alone if there's time. I could do that. Is it in the AI? Driving Off Alone. We can show Klaus's pictures of that. I just Mr. Pitt, if you want to put it in the channel, I can bring it. That was a great song. Thank you, Dan the Man. Yeah, I'm down to play one more, man. Why not? Why not? Is it in the tavern? No. Let me see if I could find it. Man, I don't think I have the song. When you were speed smoking them, were you speed smoking them? I've never had that, and I smoked several sequentially. I was speed smoking them, man. I think so, because like at that point I was getting tired too, and I was like, I better drive home before it gets too late. So I was like just trying to get through the cigar, and it was a pretty good sized cigar too, man. Man, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to play another song. There's a second Christmas song. I wonder if it's the same song or not, actually. Oh, hold on a second. Someone in the tavern. Here we go. Driving Off Alone. I think this is by Luke, or is this by Mr. Pitt? I'm just letting this load. Load faster. Continue to website. No, I don't want to sign in. Here we go. Where's the volume button on this? It's all good. Tab extension.
You called it passion. I saw the cracks.
Oh, it didn't work.
Sweet, next one full of attacks. Said you was
oh, here it is.
Out, but the needle stayed red.
Man, that's a clean song right there, dude. I really like you got recognition of other creators. It's going to spread the word. Thank you, Klaus, man. We ain't giving up out here. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate all you guys, man, for helping me keep the train going. I'm telling you, man. Man, this is clean right here, dude. I like this song. Let me bookmark this. I think we're making good progress, man. There's going to be a time where TradCon after TradCon wants to have this discussion. And we're probably going to move from, you know, fun, open-minded discussions to people pushing back on it. It might happen if it keeps going. Driving off alone. This is a real kick into the curb.
Just closure in my stride. Took back my hours, left your pride, your drama, war designer lace. But lace don't fix a hollow place. I zip my truth, let fiction bear. Keys in the mailbox, no glare, no care.
Man, all these songs are good driving songs right here.
Best exit ever felt so real.
I see he found the off ramp. The Shah Squad. I'm gonna make sure to bookmark this so I can always bring this up. Thanks for making this, Mr. Pitt. Oh, crap. Okay, it's that one. All right, man. Well, I'll let y'all go. I appreciate everybody who hung out tonight. We had a fantastic time. And shout out to Matt Cross from the 33 Secrets and John from It's Complicated channel for that amazing content. And I will catch y'all on the next one. Hope you guys enjoy your Sunday and have a fantastic rest of your weekend. We'll pick this back up next Saturday. And we got a few videos to watch. We got that Manosphere Highlights daily video. We got that TradCon video from Pearl. So there's plenty of stuff for us to do. I will see y'all next time. Thank you again, Mr. Pitt. I see your comment there. Take it easy, Klaus. Have a fantastic evening.